Do you want to take a life? Do you want to cross that line? Because it's a long way back from hell.
The American Society of Magical Negroes.
I learned a long time ago that there's no sense getting all riled up every time a bunch of idiots give you a hard time. In the end, the universe tends to unfold as it should. Plus, I have a really large penis. That keeps me happy.
Now, what you've got here is a scrotum and nothing else.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
God darn it, Mr. Lamar. You use your tongue prettier than a $20 whore.
Probably late. Oh, Friday night time. Radical light and highly organized. It's Friday night times, Friday night times. Episode not offended tonight. Oh, Friday night times. Rest assured that the chances are high.
We did it. We did it. We did it. Starfleet Academy is canceled. Blue Sky is blaming YouTubers, and I will accept full responsibility. Fuck yeah, let's go. Along with my brethren and sisterin, is that what it's called? On the YouTubes. And you guys in the chat, all of your complaining, all of your criticizing, all of your honest opinions led to Starfleet Academy ending, unfortunately, after season 2. We'll talk about that, but it's over. It's done. And it looks like it might be over for Kurtzman Trek. Yes, they're talking about doing Star Trek Year 1 with Captain Kirk. That's called Star Trek, by the way. We'll just point that out right now. But I'm hearing he's done. He's done. And if he isn't, like I've said, if you want to know how things are going to go for Paramount in the future, if you want to know how things are going to go with Warner Brothers in the future, keep an eye on what they do with Star Trek. That is the single most important decision and most prophetic decision they will make. It will predict their entire future. If they say no, then maybe they've got a chance. If they bring him back on, everything is fucked. There is no in between. There is no in between. What's up, everybody? Let's see who's here. I'm a little tired, but whatever. Back to the stream mines. I'm putting my helmet on. I've recharged my battery, took an old man nap, and I'm ready to go. Be Good Broadcast. What's up? The Rod. What's going on? Isaac. Lantern. 1, 2, 3, 4. Noons. We missed you, Noons. See you in Japan. See you in Japan. If we might have to smuggle you out of the country, but we have our ways. Hail Noons. Eric K. Mod, what is up, brother? I really meant to text you and tell you I'm going live tonight, and then I forgot. Sorry. Jose Taco, hello. Skylonius. Thank you, Jeremy, for the raid. Big Gay Jeremy. Well, I got to be specific. Big Gay Jeremy Prime. Thank you for the raid. There's so many Jeremys out there. You know what I'm saying? I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. That's a rocky thumbs up. Hail. Project Hail Mary. Project Hail Gary. Is Fuck My Life Over. See, unlike Jeremy, I'm not going to stream over Ryan. No, I have before. I totally have before. But I think they're going back. We're going to go back to the actual nooner being at noon. Well, mountain time, I think, maybe. I don't know. At 11, close to noon, next week, because the Star Trek nightmare almost over. Thought it was over. Not quite over yet. What's up, Raging Rhino? You need a lot of help, brother. Hail, Ryan. What's up, man? Okay. Let's talk about Megacon real quick while everybody's rolling in. That was fucking amazing. My voice is torched. I'm tired as hell, and I can't wait for the next meetup. They're fucking awesome every time. We had such a good time. We got to go to Universal at night, and it was through this Megacon pass. Absolutely worth every penny. The place was empty. It took us, I don't know, how long did it take us to ride Hagrid, Jeremy? How long did we wait in line? 20 minutes, maybe? But Jeremy and I, we weren't together because I kicked him for my wife. I know. I'm not that gay. But we did ride it. I rode Hagrid. I rode Hagrid hard. And that ride is amazing. I would ride Hagrid again and again. I love riding Hagrid. The Mummy ride is cool. We went to Gringotts, and we did another one. I can't remember now. But yeah, just walking around with everybody, being knuckleheads, getting lost. I don't like Drinker and a group decided to follow me, and I thought I was following Melissa, who neither of us have any idea, no idea where we're going in that place. And we're like, where did everybody go? So we had to walk all the way back, but it was a lot of fun. The panel was great. It was early, really early for YouTubers. Okay. 10:30 a.m. is cruel to YouTubers. And it was a half an hour after Megacon opened. And I guess I wasn't worried, guys. I think Jeremy and Ryan, at least the way Jeremy tells it, Ryan was really worried, but I was there and it didn't look like Ryan was that worried to me. But whoever showed up. Like, it as Jeremy likes to say, it is at the end of the day, it is what it is. Or at the beginning of the day, it is what it is. And what it was a huge hall, 1,150 seats that was 2/3 filled a half an hour after it opened. So not everybody could get there, but that was fucking brilliant. And we had a good time. The full panel's on Geeks and Gamers, so you can go check it out if you haven't already. And if you were at that panel or watched it, you might have heard, I said too much, by the way. You might have heard that Starfleet Academy was canceled. I got word it was our Friday night. I got word Friday night from somebody in the know. And again, I said too much. Sorry. But turns out I didn't think we'd hear confirmation this quick. I didn't think when I landed today, phone off of airplane mode, and it's like, it's like, oh my God. Jeremy's like, you called it. I was like, what? And I saw it was canceled. I was so happy. That the universe tends to unfold as it should. The only problem is 3 things that we love: Doctor Who, Star Wars, Star Trek, have been pulverized into dust. They are there's like little fleshy bits hanging off the bones of a corpse that constantly gets reanimated and buggered by these corporations who have no understanding why these franchises were popular in the first place, nor do they care at all. They don't listen to fans. They just want to make what they want to make. They don't want to make what you want. They're going to make what you need, because we're going to use these as tools of propaganda, of education, whatever the hell they're using it for. It's not to entertain. It's not to make lasting stories. They took timeless stories, stamped them with an expiration date, and now they're dead. Now you're going to still see Star Wars out there and Star Trek and Doctor Who, but not for long. So they'll still make it, but it's dead. They're zombie franchises. And we, the collective we here, you guys out in the chat, have been trying to tell them for years exactly what you want. They like to focus on, listen, we all go a little hard on the trolling, but they really like to focus just on that and not listen to the majority of you guys when you're like, I like this little bit. Why don't you expand on that? I liked parts of Andor. Why don't you expand on that? And that's just an example, and they decided collectively, these are companies that are in competition with each other for the most part, to do the same thing. The message, as Drinker says, is like a really bad taco, or it's really bad Mexican food. Mexican food is basically a variation of 5 ingredients mixed up: tortilla, meat, cheese, onions, and refried beans. And they call it, 50 different things, but it's the same goddamn ingredients. And woke is like the bad version of that. So we get the same 4 or 5 things remixed into everything. I saw one twat on Twitter going, the cope from the Starfleet Academy fan, I will say fan, and it's all the same as, I guess you guys just don't like new stories. You're all into your nostalgia. Oh, is it being nostalgic? I guess I'm being nostalgic for good storytelling. Is that what we're talking about? Because the storytelling that Starfleet Academy was spewing out like sewage is not storytelling at all. It's actually a regurgitation of many other stories, none of them involving Star Trek, trying to mix them into Star Trek, like X-Men, Harry Potter, Marvel. And the one thing it's not is Star Trek. And the same goes for Star Wars. Acolyte was supposed to be Frozen meets Kill Bill. That's what the former assistant to Harvey Weinstein, Leslie Headland, said. And Russell T. Davies just came out and said, I have more to say politically. That's the reason I came back. And prior to him, Chris Chibnall and Piers Wenger at BBC said that we are making Doctor Who to create conversations, not to entertain people. Alex Kurtzman said he's going to use Star Trek as a platform for political influence. Sorry, I'm going to sound like Peter Brady. And I'm just dating myself there. My voice is fucked right now. You should hear the video I just recorded. I just tried to record a video and it sounds awful. So that's why we're going live instead of doing this video. I got to let my voice rest a night. It'll be fine. But yeah, this is what we all predicted, what we all said was going to happen, and what they are in now is the apathy phase, and that is death. I don't know how you get out of that. And what I heard today from someone is, I asked, what's next? And here. I imagine they're going to take a break. That's with Star Trek. I imagine they're going to take a break, which is what they need to do. But even when you come back in 10 or 20 years, are you going to continue on from the Disney Star Wars of the last decade, of the Star Trek of the last decade, of the Doctor Who of the last decade, or do you erase that? Or do you just out and out reboot it, which I think could be worse, could actually be worse. Don't know. In the meantime, there's other things coming up that will probably take its place while they figure things out. My guess is Star Wars, Star Trek, and Doctor Who will always be around in some way, kind of like Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon and the Shadow are. Little bits and pieces, audio adventures, the occasional comic, probably some books. But as far as a long-running TV series or a big budgeted movie, I think those days are coming to an end. There are options for Disney Star Wars. Talked about them before. You could remake the original trilogy, but there's nothing new. There's nothing new you can do. There's nothing at this point. There is nothing you can pitch that would move things forward and get as many people interested as there were before. You might get some, say some guy comes in and goes, Doctor Who is going to be a straight white dude. He's going to have a hot companion. We're going to put him in the TARDIS and he's going to just go on space adventures. That would probably interest a lot of people. It'll never happen because it's from the BBC. And listen, there's hardcore Star Wars fans that go, we can adapt the EU, and I am not against that personally, but I'm talking about getting the general population in to help support this, because there's, even with the hardcore Star Wars fans, say the percentage of, Ryan likes to bring this up and he's not wrong, the percentage of people who watch the Clone Wars is a hardcore sect of the Star Wars fandom, but it's minuscule compared to the entirety of the fandom. And what I mean by entirety is including normies, people who just like the movies, right? But that's what you need to support billion-dollar franchises. That's what made them worth billions of dollars. And we've had these idiots in charge for so long. Kathleen Kennedy never had a connection to Star Wars. Alex Kurtzman admitted that he was never a Star Trek fan, and he worked for a guy who also admitted he was never a Star Trek fan, Jar Jar Abrams. Jar Jar Abrams said he was a Star Wars fan. You couldn't tell. And Russell T. Davies, he's the different one in here, which is the most disappointing, really, is somebody who did bring Doctor Who back in a great way. And this is why even a creative that you like coming back, they are probably completely changed by the last 10 years. And Russell T. Davies is proof of that. What broke Russell T. Davies? Well, it looks to me like he was always this way. And the BBC in the past just had handcuffs on him, and they were good handcuffs. So you need to have this restraint, especially when somebody else is playing in somebody else's sandbox. The Doctor Who, as much as I love Russell T. Davies, the previous people working on Doctor Who were giants. And same with Star Trek, and same with Star Wars, and that's including everybody involved in the EU. They had a passion for it. And when you have basically bankers in control of these corporations now, you have people on the board who used to work for Pepsi or Raytheon or the Biden administration or the Obama administration, Netflix looking at you, that don't really care about art. They care about activism. And this is why we've gotten the last 10 years. And it was able to be paid for. We talked about this a lot at the meetup, because people still ask, don't they like making money? Well, they were. They personally weren't. While the corporation wasn't, they were making money. They were getting credits through ESG and all of that. This was coordinated because that's the only way this makes sense. Because you had competing corporations doing the same thing with all of the franchises and basically turning them into something they weren't. It's the very definition of putting a square peg into a round hole. That's what they were trying to do for the last 10 years, and they completely failed, like we said they would. And it doesn't take a genius to figure this out, obviously, because like people like Jeremy and I could figure this shit out. Anybody can figure it out. So where do they go? I think to the grave. Honestly, when you have hardcore Star Wars fans, Star Trek fans, or Doctor Who fans going, I wish it would just stop. That's bad. That's bad. And you have other franchise, however they go. One Piece, pretty big franchise now. We'll see what Netflix does with that, but that could certainly take the place of other things. Then there's video game adaptations coming that are going to take the place of it. Then there's going to be live action anime. Believe me, that's next. That's absolutely next. With the success of One Piece, they're going to start doing it in film, and Hollywood's going to go after that and fuck that up too. And good luck with the anime fans and the manga fans, by the way, Hollywood, when you fuck up their shit. I wish you all the luck in the world. Because when you make something good, they hate it. You thought we were bad. You thought we were bad. And, if we want to expand it into, I've talked about this a little bit in the past, might talk about it in a video. Like, where do you go, even with successful stuff that still has life in it, like Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter? Where do you go? You make a TV show. Okay, once that TV show's done, what do you do after that? How do you keep it going? The only way to keep Lord of the Rings going would be to dive in the Silmarillion, which is very hard to adapt, and I don't think there's anyone in Hollywood, and I'll include Chris Nolan. We'll call Denis. I don't know. Chris Nolan's better than Denis Villeneuve. But I don't think there's anybody in Hollywood who could take on the Silmarillion, like anybody. But if there was somebody, it would be fucking metal. It would be awesome. Why am I watched the beginning of Invincible. Here's okay. I read the comic and I know where it ends. So, I was just talking to Flash about this in the airport. It's got a shitty ending. The comic has a really shitty ending. So I don't know if they're going to go, listen, I liked Invincible, but it really struck me as I am just sick to death, even though it's not exactly a bad Superman story. It kind of is. And I'm sick to death of those. But Invincible I liked it in the first season, but then it got annoying. So I dipped out. Maybe it's better. And a lot of people seem to like it. So I don't mean to completely, I'm just telling you where I'm at with it. But as far as, the big franchises, I think they belong to Gen X and the millennials. And we're getting old. They're going to move on to other things. And while it's sad, I think the thing that's the worst is, and I said this, I think at the end of my Rise of Skywalker video many, many, many years ago, I said, when it's all said and done, and the actors who, poked at the fans and talked a bunch of shit have moved on to like multiple jobs since then. And the producers have made that shit. And, the Paul Feigs of the world and the Alec Kurtzmans and the Ncuti Gatwas have all moved on to other things. We're still going to be here kind of sifting through the ashes of the shit we loved, because that's what the true blue fans are. When all the people who pretended to care, who didn't really care, are all fucking gone, we're all going to be here going, man, I miss Doctor Who. But I'm looking down here because, can I reach it? Like, this shit is beautiful. I hate that it's got the first female Doctor logo on it, but I just got this in the mail today. They're redoing all the original out of order. It's crazy, but these things, aside from that stupid fucking logo, are wonderful. These things are absolutely wonderful. The collector's edition of Doctor Who. But we're going to be here, and we'll, maybe fandom needs to go back in the niches of, and I think that would be good. But Starfleet Academy is done. So yeah, I was going to make a video. Here's some behind the scenes of content creation. I'm too tired to make a fucking. If you're going to make a video of Starfleet Academy getting canceled, it is basically topic driven, which means you have 24 on this one, you have 24 hours to get it out. That's it. If you wait 48 hours, you can still do all right. But look at it as a really strong but short wave. And if I don't get it done tonight, it's kind of not worth making it on that. So instead, I'm going to make it on a bigger subject to make it more evergreen. So if you're ever going to get into content creation, there's different types of topic-driven videos. For one, you have to actually care about what you're talking about. That's my opinion. And it's something like this, it'll be out of the news cycle quickly, right? So get it out fast, and you don't have to worry as much about quality. But I'm not going to be able to finish it tonight. No way in hell. I was too tired. So it's going to turn into something much bigger and be a lot more work, but it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. But I would have loved to have gotten a Starfleet Academy is canceled video out, like my Acolyte is canceled video, because I had a lot of fun making that. But we're going to have to turn it into something else because it ain't coming out tomorrow. It's not happening. So, yeah. I mean, a lot of people, if you're just going to and no disrespect, if you're just going to read an article and do it, I would say do it. You could do that quick. I don't work that fast though, unfortunately. Plus, we're also trying to get the supercut out, which it was supposed to come out last Thursday. And I won't bore you with this too much. We've been fighting the copyright gods, and it has been fucking something else, man, with Paramount. But we're going to win. And even if we don't, it'll be out Thursday at the latest. I'm hoping Wednesday. We'll have a complete season 1 as it was meant to be. It's going to be the binge model of my Starfleet Academy reviews. And, it's kind of like a compilation. We totally ripped this idea off from the Y-Files. So hail AJ, who I chatted with today. I'm going to be on his show on April 12th. April 12th, I'll be on The Basement. But yeah, I'm happy Starfleet Academy is canceled. I'm also thinking a lot about, wouldn't it have been great to have like good Star Trek for the last 10 years, or even mediocre Star Trek, a mediocre Doctor Who, mediocre Star Wars. I could have lived with that. They try to put out this narrative that like fans are hard to please. That is some bullshit. If you would have put out like a couple of 6 to 7 out of 10 series, just a couple within the last 5 years, people would have been okay. But the one thing you can really blame what killed franchises, it's not the only thing, but it's a big factor. And I think we talked about this 2 weeks ago on FNT, is Me Too. You can blame Me Too. Everything was a reaction to Me Too, and that seems like ancient history, and it should be. But that's what brought us, let's turn all the boy brands and the girl brands, all the male brands and the female brands. And now they even took it one step further. And Doctor Who and Star Trek and The Acolyte for sure are gay brands. So what segment of the population, dude, those things are so gay, gay people are calling them gay. Looking at my notes here. They're still going to release season 2. Yes. So the part of the grift of Kurtzman Trek and Midnight's Edge was talking about this in early fucking days, but part of his grift is he is a great bullshitter, and he is a true grifter because he doesn't care about Star Trek like at all. And he was able to convince the previous ownership, who were fucking morons. I mean, it shouldn't surprise anybody that Paramount was billions of dollars in debt and had to sell to a production company. Just look at how they mismanaged Star Trek. And they had Taylor Sheridan for years making hits, and they couldn't make money off of that. They produced Top Gun Maverick, and they couldn't turn that into a profit because they would sink so much money into other, like, complete woke bullshit, aside from from Star Trek, but Star Trek was really expensive for many, many years. And they just kept giving him Kurtzman work because he was creating content for the streaming service. And their thought was, well, it's just content. We don't care what's in it. And the board members don't even fucking watch it. But someday we're gonna hit a profit on the streaming service because Netflix did. And they didn't. You would think with how much money people control in Hollywood that they would be smarter. One thing I learned pretty fucking quick when I started working there for the brief time I worked there for a couple of years is, and Donald Trump said this, I can't remember. I wish I could find that clip. But he just basically, he was talking about Silicon Valley and Hollywood. And he's all, there's a lot of dumb people in charge of a lot of money. And he's not wrong. That's the one. You figured that out how much money is wasted and how little thought is put into stuff. You would think, well, I'm going to take on Star Trek. I'm going to probably have to watch, all the previous series, take studious notes, get into, talk to previous writers, read some books. If I didn't know anything about it, that's what I'd feel I needed to do. I'd feel a responsibility to the fans and to the people who are hiring me to know as much as possible and do as much work as possible before I took this on, and then kept learning as I went along. None of that happened. I joked about it, but I wasn't far off when I said, I think the only knowledge that Kurtzman has of Star Trek is YouTube clips. And I was told I wasn't entirely far off. Now, he did learn on the job, but what he would do is just rip shit off. If somebody told me, I don't think Kurtzman has watched every episode of Voyager, I'd believe them. I mean, the biggest fuck up from Starfleet Academy season 1 is fucking up that quote. I don't know how that made it past editors and producers and directors. That is the biggest fuck up in the history of Star Trek. And that's worse than swallowing my comm badge and putting a Klingon in a skirt. Those are bad. But fucking up the quote in episode 3 was the worst. 2 or 3. But I mean, again, that's part of Kurtzman's grift. So what he does is he convinces a lot of board members who don't watch Star Trek, have no understanding of Star Trek, to give him, and this is at a time, this is why they returned to pilot season. So you notice that Buffy 2 years ago would have been given a 2-series order without a doubt. So this is a holdover from those days where they stopped doing pilots and they're like, we just need content. We kind of like this script. We half read it. Here's 2 seasons. Here's $200 million. Go. And it was because it was Boomtown for a little while on that false streaming, the bubble burst. And I don't know how they ever thought that it would be the answer to everything. But Kurtzman was able to manipulate dumb people into giving him multiple season orders. And that's how we got two seasons of Starfleet Academy that were essentially filmed back to back, rushed out because he knew the end was near. His contract is almost up. And he fulfilled it. Now, the bummer is the studio allowed Kurtzman to choose Starfleet Academy over Star Trek Legacy, which, I mean, there's no guarantee that was going to be good. But I promise you it would have been better than Starfleet Academy. And that was Terry Metallis's continuation of Picard Season 3. And what I know about it, Robert Meyer Burnett knows more. But what I know about it is it was going to follow Jack, Picard's son, 7 of 9. And they were going to go on little space adventures, and it would feature Next Generation characters, Voyager characters, and DS9 characters recurring in and out. And it sounded like it was just going to be pretty basic Star Trek. And it probably would have been, well, no, it would have been better in Starfleet Academy. Now, I was on the record saying I'm fine with just Picard season 3. We can end it. The real ending for Star Trek was reunification. Reunification, that is an unlisted video that I think has millions of views now. And it was a fan film. I use the quote fan. It's actually people who used to work on Star Trek made that with a goodbye to Captain Kirk. Everybody saw that. It's fucking brilliant. That's your goodbye to Star Trek. That's your goodbye to Star Trek. Paramount would never hire Robert Meyer Burnett. They should. And part of it is, I mean, he is critical, but it's also who he hangs with. Who he chooses to hang with is a bit of a problem. I think that's kind of held him back a little bit. So props to him. I don't think that's going to affect things as much in the future. There is a guy, I think, out there who could could take over Star Trek. I know a lot of people would say Ronald D. Moore. I would be hesitant. That would be one of those situations where I would see it as almost a Russell T. Davies. I think Ronald D. Moore has changed. I tried For All Mankind. I do not like For All Mankind for all the reasons I don't like The Acolyte or the Watchmen series or anything after Westworld season 1, Ironheart, on and on. I think it's indicative of modern Hollywood. I think the guy to take it over would be Terry Matalas. And we don't know. Kurtzman's still in the building right now. I got to see him leave. And I'll believe it when I see it. But I was told by somebody that it's going to rest, and that's probably the best news possible. But again, what they need to do is wipe out, respectively or disrespectively, for Star Wars, Doctor Who, and Star Trek. They need to wipe out the last 10 years, which makes things confusing, but you still need to do that. That risks bruising some egos. Who gives a shit? What's more valuable? Alex Kurtzman's ego, who's not going to do shit after this, or the brand of Star Trek, which has been, there's values applied to these brands because of the merch they sell. I promise you, Star Trek is a 10th, maybe even less, of what it was at its peak. It is not that valuable. I don't think people would drop billions for Star Trek. I don't know if somebody would drop $1 billion for Star Trek. I heard that Kevin Feige went to Disney and asked them to try to buy Star Trek. They looked into it and said it wasn't worth it. But yeah, put all of Kurtzman in the Kelvin. That's the easiest thing. And there is, there's precedent. And you can also, it would be very easy to say, oh, it all happened in the Kelvin timeline. And that helps. And we were saying that from day one when I was reviewing Star Trek Discovery. I'm like, this is shit. But if you put it in the Kelvin timeline, I wouldn't be as hard on it because it's just alternate universe shit. So one thing I at least can credit Jar Jar for putting the remake in a different timeline, although he did fuck with the original timeline by destroying Romulus and Remus, the homeworlds of the Romulan homeworlds. It would be nice, but the thing is, in 10 years, when I don't even want to say this. In 10 years, when I'm 66 and you're 46 or 50, nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to care enough to get butts in the theaters. I'm going to mention this in the supercut and in my future video. I challenge somebody to pitch me a Star Trek movie that will get butts in seats. I don't think there is one. I don't think one exists. I don't think there's a single pitch that would get a Star Trek movie to $500 million worldwide. Because you'd have to do something new. And at that point, why not just, I don't know, make a new franchise, do something original? I won't be 76 in 10 years. I might feel like it. I might feel like it. But here, let's see. I wasn't even sure if I was going to do this stream today. So I thank you all for being here. We got off the plane. It's actually a really short flight from we flew out from Austin to Orlando. It's like 2 hours. And if you fly to Orlando, you don't have to deal with the TSA shit because Orlando and San Francisco and another airport use a private company that's overseen by the TSA. So we did not experience any. I got through security in 10 minutes. But I guess that stuff is going on. Thanks, Schumer. Freaking homo. Oh, there's this. Yes. Oh, my God. I still want to make a video on this. We're going to talk about Black Snape, too. It's been freaking. Yes, I am in Texas. I'm in San Antonio. Love it here. It was beautiful today. Absolutely beautiful. I went by the completely overrated In-N-Out and ate a wonderful overrated double animal style, which is not overrated. It's fabulous. What about Axanar? Yeah, don't bring up Axanar. Axanar, the trailer was really good. Richard Hatch was in it when he was alive. The guy who created it, in my opinion, not a good dude. Robert Meyer Burnett has a lot to say about that. Ruined fan films for everyone. Now, I will also say CBS at the time were a bunch of cocksuckers. And Star Trek, which I'm going to say is the franchise that pioneered the fan film. Would anybody argue against that? That really pioneered the fan film and was really welcoming to it for a long time, including Seth MacFarlane making a Star Trek fan film in early days. They also ruined it because they're limited to 15 minutes. Now, you're not supposed to make money off a fan film. We understand that. But that Axanar was a double-edged sword with that, I'll say, to be very nice. I have a lot more things I could say. But Star Trek Continues. That's what you need to watch. Star Trek Continues is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Your favorite is Five Guys. You like Five Guys? Five Guys is good. I'm not gonna besmirch Five Guys. Anti-Zero Space for 50. Just Kirk lands on a planet of blue Aboriginal aliens and comes in conflict with them after sleeping with one of them, and the Klingons start to clear out the planet in order to get a mineral to upgrade their warp drives, and Kirk goes native with the crew. And they're blue. Interesting. You know, I've got a name for that. We can call it Star Trek Avatar. And the message could be capitalism bad in a film that cost $2 trillion to make. Listen, you got to forgive James Cameron. He's got 5 ex-wives to feed. He really does love women. He is a true male feminist. He's been married 5 times and cheats on all his wives. I sound like Ray Porter. That's the highest of praise. I don't think I sound like Ray Porter, but thank you. Ray Porter's awesome. He was Darkseid in the Snyder Cut. Listen, however you feel about the Snyder Cut, the Darkseid scenes were fucking 10 out of 10. He's with his future ex-wife now. Maybe. It was the beginning of the downfall of J.J. Abrams, to shake the cameras while filming with his fingers like he never had a girlfriend. Well, he had a wife who was the board member of Time's Up, which was a Me Too organization that also worked with Asia Argento, who ironically slept with a child. And her boyfriend ended himself. Jar Jar Abrams is directing a movie later this year, but he's done. He was exposed. He's not as bad as Kurtzman because he's actually made a couple of movies that I enjoy. But I think if he's a hired gun, he doesn't write anything. I think he's fine. He's probably better at television, but I mean, you'll have to ask his wife. He's never been very good at finishing. Jar Jar just tries to be like a hyperkinetic Spielberg. So if you want to know where all the lens flares came from, watch Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That's what he was trying to rip off. Oh, we got an Amber Alert. Hope they find her. Where's the Opla Season 2 review? You guys are brutal. I just got back. No, thank you for the 10 Arab Emirate pesos. It's going to be probably a month because I'm going to take my time with it like the last one we did. I just watched the last 2 episodes on the plane on the way home. They're great. I fucking love it. I absolutely love it. And I'm probably going to dive into the anime now, and I'm probably going to end up hating it. But I love season 2. And yeah, we're going to Perry wants to edit that one because Perry's a big One Piece fan. So the last one we did it didn't come out until like a couple months after One Piece came out, and it still did pretty well. So I will do the same thing. I'm going to give it its due and take my time with it. I'm still going to do a Night of the Seven Kingdoms one too, which will probably get 5 views at this point, but I'm still going to do it. But they take time. I do want to talk about, I mean, if you guys want to talk about Star Trek, to talk about it all day long, okay? And we can continue. I'm sure we'll talk about it a bunch on Real BBC tomorrow as well. Least surprising news at all. The only bad news is you're still getting 2 seasons of Strange New Worlds and 1 more season of Academy. And every nanosecond of Kurtzman Trek that is shown to the world where 5s and 10s of people see it. But the thing is, you don't have to see it. You don't like, it's already been an embarrassment for Paramount because you don't have to see it because you have Az and Disparu and Drinker and Jester Bell and Culture Casino and oh my God, why am I blanking on his name now? Shit, I'm blanking on his name. There's a bunch of channels doing videos on it right now. I don't mean to leave everybody out. You're seeing them. So more people are watching those videos. So they're getting the gist of what it is. And the same goes for the Acolyte. You didn't have to watch the Acolyte. All you had to do was watch 4 or 5 videos, and you pretty much got the gist of what's going on. So the embarrassment is there without even getting the view. So you have brand damage from people, and like most of what I did in my Starfleet Academy, and I said it early on, I'm like, the worst damage anybody can do to Kurtzman Trek is describe what happens within an episode. I don't even have to add too much editorial. I'm just going to tell you what happened. And so you get the brand damage without people tuning in. That's probably why they don't like YouTubers very much. And whoever else is talking about it on podcasts or you guys in the chat. It's not just YouTubers. It's live streams. It's comments on Twitter. It's comments on, well, not Blue Sky. Fuck Blue Sky, but fuck TikTok too. But Instagram, although that's for girls. And, Facebook, which is for, God, I say old people. I should be on Facebook, but I'm not. So they get the brand damage without even getting the view or the sub, which is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. But to announce it now says a lot. Because they could have waited until they aired season 2. So I think announcing it now is a precursor for things to come. And David Ellison, I know you tune in to all of our live streams. So I know you're listening, buddy. So this is just between you and me. I know I've called you a Nepo baby, and you are. But I will give you respect. You have taken the money that your dad gave you, and you've turned it into something profitable. You've except with Star Trek. So if you want to remain profitable and you want to get respect of the fans, and I mean the vast, 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 vast majority of fans, you fire Kurtzman right now. And people will be fired up. People who didn't even watch Kurtzman Trek will be fired up. People who were DC fans might go, oh shit, this guy actually wants to do something good. You want to start lifting up. Listen, I know the reason you're not doing it because you're worried about what people within your industry are going to say. I say, just between us, a billionaire and a thousandaire. You just between us. Fuck them. Fuck everybody in Hollywood. You know what? Lean into you being Trump's buddy. Don't give a shit. You're the boss. And you don't have to worry about people not working for you in protest. The type of people who wouldn't work for you in protest because you had a conversation with Trump are not the kind of people you want to hire. It's the trash taking itself out. It's a win-win. I'm available anytime. You can DM me through Twitter. Did I ever? Gary, did you ever get all the gold key Star Trek comics? I saw a big set on eBay a while back. I did too. I don't have a full set. I kind of want one. I do. But the thing is, I don't know. If I saw a full set at a decent price, I'd probably buy it. But like our good friend Jeremy, I like going and hunting at Comic Cons. I didn't get to do it as much. I did get a Journey in the Mystery 83. Was going to get a Hulk 1, but it was too much. But yes, I love the covers for the gold keys are awesome. The photo covers and the art covers. First ever super chat. Well, thank you. Welcome. I just want to say how much I love and respect Gary. Thank you. Watching your content helps a lot, man. God bless you, man. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate you for the $4.99 and welcome. The meetups are, I think I recommend every content creator either go to one, have one. If you're sorry, see, you hear my voice? It's fucked. I mean, even if you're anonymous, you can wear a mask. It's fine. But going out and meeting, it makes it real. So for one, they see you and they go, hey, you have legs. You're not just a torso. But you also see them and you're like, oh, you're not just these pixels that form a word in the chat. You're a human being and we get to talk. And they'll tell you something that might sound familiar. So when I was going through really hard times, I would always get, for relief, I would go to Star Trek, but also I would fight my depression and loneliness. And yes, you can feel lonely and depressed even if you're like in a marriage, right? And it's not their fault. It's something that's going on in my head. I would listen to a lot of live content because there was still like a human there, right? I listened to a lot, like back in the day, a lot of live radio. Listen to talk radio like my entire life. So I understand when they say, hey, you helped me get through some hard times. You helped me get through COVID. And like, we're just being idiots, but we do appreciate that. And I don't know how to express our gratitude enough, to be honest with you guys. Like it's surreal because we're all a bunch of dummies and none of this was supposed to happen in my life or Jeremy's life or Drinker's life. And it's because of you, we have this great gift of this great gig that we work hard at, right? But it's still, having worked actual labor, being a working class dude most of my life, I understand it's a job in a different sense that does require work and a little bit of skill. But it's because we somehow connected with you guys, and each of you have your own individual story on how you found the channel or how you found other members of the fellowship. There was, I heard a lot of sad stories at the meetup, and I'm happy to hear them. And people, rising above that, and people who quit drinking. I talked to one guy. He was homeless. He got out of being homeless, and it's awesome hearing these stories. And if we can like provide even a brief moment of relief by acting like complete fucking retards, it is our honor and privilege. And it's humbling as hell to sit there. I waited. I would have stayed there until 3 a.m. if I had to talk to everybody, because I want to talk to everybody. That's the whole point of these things. And it is it's so great. It's also great seeing you guys like hang out with each other, right? So we had a little bit, well, Jeremy did. This was a Geeks and Gamers thing, and they pulled it off. It's fucking amazing how they pulled it off. So we had Pat O'Brien's, and too many people were showing up, and there was a miscommunication. So they were not going to let it happen. So I think it was Ryan who came up with the last minute decision. Let's just put it back to the red coconut. Then they had to go to the red. We've done that in the past there, and go, hey, we're going to have like 700 or 800 people come over. Is that cool? And they said yes. And everybody made it over there. So it was like within the last hour. So it was a last minute venue change. Everybody made it. We found a way to make it work. We had me and Jeremy outside, and Ryan and Drinker were kind of working the room, and the cops were called because there was too many people there. The cops get there and go, it seems cool to me, and left. And then one of the cops is like, I watch your videos, dude. It's like, that was weird. I took a picture with him, but it worked out perfect, man. And it was so much fun, and I was so tired, but in the best way. So thank you guys. Can't wait for Vegas. We're going to keep doing meetups as long as you guys want to go. And they will always, 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 as far as meetups are concerned, are going to be free. Right. So our next one will be in Vegas, and I'll tell you how we make them free. It's not rocket science. We started this because I paid for the first place, and I think Jeremy paid for the first place, and we're like, that's a lot of money. Let's try this way. So I said, I think with Vegas, it was my buddy Alex owns the Millennium Fandom Bar, and he's like, you could just have the place for free, just and just do it on a weekday. So we do ours on Wednesday and Thursday in Vegas because like it's amazing that Jeremy's able to get like a Saturday at Universal City Walk. I could not do that in Vegas. So we do a Wednesday and Thursday, and we just put the word out like, hey, if you own a bar, somebody who owns a bar that can fit, this many people, I'll buy, when I do it, we do drink tickets. So we buy the first 2 rounds of drinks for everybody who's RSVP'd. So that way the bar is guaranteed to get some money. But then it's like, well, there's a bunch of lushes in the audience, and I say that with all the respect in the world. And they drink a lot, and they like to have fun. And that bar always, every single fucking time when we're done, goes, that's the best night we ever had. And the other added bonus is the fellowship is so fucking cool. Knock on wood, there's never been a problem with you guys. There's been outside interference a couple of times, but it was nothing that fully disrupted the event or anything. And that's out of what, I don't know how many meetups we've done, 20, and it's happened twice. So and it helps that you guys are cool. You can all hold your liquor and have a good time and not bust anything up, not getting any fights. It's fucking amazing. So we're grateful for that. We know that, sometimes it's not easy to get to the city. So that's why we try to do them West Coast, East Coast. I'm sorry to anybody up in Boston or New York. I don't love going to big cities. I'm not a big city guy anymore. I lived in one for 18 years and I fucking hate them. But we'll probably end up going back. We're going to do one in Wisconsin because I go live up in Wisconsin for a couple months a year. So, and we're doing Vegas, and I can give you the weekend. We don't have a place yet, but I can give you the time. Hang on. Is start during the Star Trek convention. Well, where are the dates? I know it's in August. Yeah, 5th to 9th of August. So what we try to do is let me get to August real quick. So we'll try to have the meetup on, it'll be Wednesday or Thursday. So it'll be the 5th or the 6th. Location unknown. I've got my eye on a couple of places. I guess we could go to the place we went last year, which was great. Or back to the Millennium Fandom Bar, but that would require getting a permit to block the street off in front and kind of do a block party, which, I mean, it's August in Vegas, so it'll be at night. It'll be nice. So those are our options right now, but it's happening. So if you want to like circle that on your calendar, make travel arrangements, I would say, make travel arrangements that you could always make them that you can cancel, but we'll have something worked out in the next, I'd like to have it done within 2 months, like worked out in the next 2 months. But Geeks and Gamers crew did a great job. Jeremy and Ryan did a great job pivoting at the last minute. And it was great. And listen, I was just watching them go through that shit. I'm like, man, that must suck. It's nice. I just showed up, so I can't take credit for any of the amazing work that they did. I just fucking showed up. So props to those guys. And it looks like everybody had a good time. Looks like everyone had a good time. Megacon was tons of fun. When was the only problem I had? Oh, I wish I remembered this retailer's name. What a dick. So I was looking for A Journey into Mystery 83, and I saw this guy had 5 books that were key issues, all really low price. I'm like, this is weird. So it's Fantastic Four 1. It was a X-Men #1, Journey in the Mystery 83, Tales of Suspense 39. Oh, what's the 5th one? What was the 5th one? Oh, I ended up getting this one too. Brave and the Bold 54, First Teen Titans. So asked them all the prices. They're all low. They're all raw books. Raw meaning they're not CGC'd. So the Fantastic Four #1 was, he said it was graded at a 4 or a 5, and he said it was $8,000, which is really low. That is the first like Silver Age Marvel comic that started everything. It's not the hardest one to find. That would be Hulk #1. So yeah, I'm asking him the prices. I'm like, I'll pick up that Journey in the Mystery 83. And then I think his kid goes, yeah, we don't take any credit cards over $1,000. I'm all, what? It's Sunday. Like, oh, we take Zelle. And I'm like, why? And they're like, oh yeah, we got chargebacks. I'm like, well, why? And he's all, yeah, it was just, yeah, we got chargebacks. And I'm remembering, oh, I remember when I went through bankruptcy, I could only take a certain amount of money through the credit card. And we had to do a lot of finagling at the shop. Oh, uh-oh. And then I noticed that they were all raw books. And I asked him specifically, I'm like, can I see them to make sure they haven't been restored? The problem with that is I wouldn't be able to tell unless I had like a black light. You need a black light because that way you can see if there's touch up on it's not the other reason, but there's a lot of reasons you want to be very careful buying a Marvel key issue or a DC key issue that's not graded, because there's so much fucking fraud out there and people who restore books, which is taking 2 books and making them into one. And it looks like it's the real deal. And it would be the real deal until you sold it to a correct collector or sent it to CGC and they go, oh no, this has been restored. And then you're out thousands of dollars. So I red flag went right up. Right. So I just walked to the next place because I was ready to buy it. I just walked to Harley E and got it there. But I'm like, oh, dude, you're shady. So those shady people are still around. Watch out for that. Lots of shady people in collect. And major red flag. Major red flag. Guy would not take money. A guy who will not take money is a red flag. Yes, black light. Yeah. Yeah, I would not buy a raw copy of anything unless you had access to a black light. I know it sounds crazy, but there's a lot of restored books being sold as real books, which is it's fraud, but they're not afraid to do it because it would be really tough to prove. And yeah, that's why you almost have to buy them CGC, which sucks because CGC is full of shit too. Yeah, black light and raw, all used in that sentence. But I'm talking about comic book collecting, okay? Megacon is fantastic, though. Listen, I was talking to Yellow Flash about this, and I'm like, I saw more Luffy than Spider-Man at this con. So that should tell you kind of like if you want to go back to Star Trek and Star Wars and Doctor Who and Marvel, I think that should be kind of the biggest worry for any company who spent billions on these. Spider-Man will always be fine. It'll always be fine merchandise-wise. So will Batman. But I saw Luffy everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. And I think there was some twat who was complaining that we were at Megacon. He's like, this is a comic. Well, actually, Megacon is a pop culture con. It's not a specific Comic-Con. Maybe it used to be that, but that's not what it is anymore. That's not what San Diego is anymore. You want to go to a Comic-Con, go to the one that's at the Scottish Rite Center in your local city. That's a Comic-Con. That's a Comic-Con. But yeah, I think 1 or 2 people complained about us being there, and good. Good. But nobody at the con complained. And I don't know. I think Jeremy said that Jim Lee was on the same floor as us. I don't know what I would assume he had a bigger crowd than us because he's Jim Lee, the really good artist who doesn't really draw comics anymore and is a horrible president for DC. Nice guy. By all accounts, a really nice guy. Shitty president of DC. Yeah, cry harder. That's all I got to say. Cry harder. It was awesome. It was awesome. I'm going to mix in some soups and we're going to talk about Black Snape. Black Snape. How's everybody doing? You guys okay? Doing all right? I feast on their delicious tears. If it's their right to complain. They can complain. I will just say that envy is the fuel of failure. It just is. Be inspired or not worry about it. I'll repeat again. The best advice, he didn't say it to me directly. He said it in a video, was Jeremy from the Quartering said, compete against yourself. I think I saw that video 8-9 years ago. And I'm like, that's a good idea. I'm going to compete against myself. I'm not going to get caught up in, I'm competitive, but like, it's like normal competitive. Not obsessive competitive. I don't have the Michael Jordan gene. Maybe I wish I did, but like I've got, who's got to win at absolutely fucking everything. If he's playing tiddlywinks, he's got to like dominate. Like I don't have that. But yeah, I just try to, I learned a valuable lesson in prison. Aside from if you drop the soap, kick it back to your cell or just forget about it, is mind your own business. Mind your own business. %1 of people jog. Do you jog? You're extreme. There is no soap. There is no soap. If you drop the soap, there is no soap. It's like, oh, well. Oh, well. Jeremy spoke in class today. Jeremy spoke. Fuck, I hate Pearl Jam. Yeah, there's bands I hate. I hate Bon Jovi. I hate Pearl Jam. Bruce Springsteen can suck it. Is there anyone I used to hate and don't that much? I used to fucking hate Elvis Costello. I like some of his older stuff now. I do. Used to hate him too. Not so much anymore. Incubus. Fucking hate that band. Hate Incubus. Can't stand them. Wonder what happened to him. I love Rush. Snitches. Okay. Snitches get stitches, but I think the one that like hits the hardest is snitches end up in ditches. You're lucky if you get stitches if you're a snitch. And then you'll have to live the rest of you have to do the rest of your sentence, however long it is, in protective custody, which means if you're a snitch and the general population finds out and you survive somehow, you have to go into protective custody. And that means you're spending time with all the child diddlers and the worst of the worst and all the other snitches. So protective custody is celebrities or well-known cases, dirty cops, pedos, rapists. Yeah, that's not a good crowd to be around. not a good crowd to be around. And dude, you wear your like I don't know where it is in other states, but if you're PC'd protective custody, you have this like burgundy. So you're not wearing orange or blue, you're wearing burgundy. So you are marked. And they can see you. So they'll see you across the fence. And they'll be all, snitch. You're dead, snitch. You're dead. Imagine hearing that every day. Woo. That would suck. I don't know if you ever heard of Craig Pyre. He was he CHP or San Diego cop? Eric would know. And killed Kara Knott. Threw her off a bridge. A cop. I saw him in prison. He was all PC'd up. I think he just died. Greg or Craig? Pyre, killer of. It was a terrible. The bridge he threw her over. Everybody in San Diego calls it Knott's Landing, which was terrible. Is he alive? I hope not. There's the scene of the crime. Drove over that bridge a million times. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck, I hope he's dead. Yeah, they called it Knott's Landing. It's fucked up. It's right near Rancho Bernardo, San Diego. Were you kissed by men in prison? No, I wasn't. Thankfully. There's an easy way to avoid that in prison. I mean, everybody's like worried about it, but there's like a real easy way to avoid it. Don't be gay. I'm telling you. I don't know what stories you hear, but I think there's just a lot of dudes who are gay. And if you're not gay, it's pretty easy to avoid. Heterosexual. You know what I found out? I was super chatting as on Saturday, and you know how they edit the super chats? Like there's things you can't say in super chats that you could say in the regular chat. So I was trying to say, like, we miss you, homo, and I couldn't put in homo. So I just spelled out homosexual, and it was fine, which makes it worse. It's so retarded. YouTube is so retarded. Brother Az, we missed Az. We did. Gary, I watched Iron Man last night. Gods, the MCU used to be good. It did. What did you like best about Iron Man? My favorite scene in Iron Man, oh my God, it's so easy, is when he's back and he watches the news and he's got his glove on and it's hitting him like what his weapons did and what they were used for. And the music's it's Ramin Djawadi's music is kind of building up. And he's just sitting there stewing, and he fucking uses his repulsors to break the glass. And then it leads into him going over to crap Blackistan or whatever and freeing the hostages and just fucking killing them, which was great. That's when I knew in the film, I'm like, oh, we're watching like something really different and good. They're taking this real seriously. And that's what Marvel has lost. Forbidden Frontier will be back next week. We were in Florida. Shawshank, is it real? It might have been for the time. It's hard to say. But yeah, that's my favorite part of Iron Man. Now I want to watch it. No, Mahler and I, we watched Avengers together a month ago, and I appreciate that movie even more. So things seem to have changed, but the best Avengers movie is The Avengers. It just is. It sets everything up. Joss sets everything up that the Marvel universe could have picked up on. A lot of it they didn't, but he set up a lot of comic book stuff that they could have moved forward with, and unfortunately, it got bogged down with introducing too many heroes that he didn't want to do. Although he was the one who introduced heroes the best. I love The Avengers. It's the best Hulk movie. It's the best Black Widow movie. Even though he's diminished, Hawkeye's great in it. My only complaint will be Hawkeye is diminished. But he gets more diminished in the future. Nice to meet you in Orlando. Thinking about NC Trek Con. Is that North Carolina Trek Con? I'm going to a con in July in South Carolina with Drinker. It's the one Real Fake Wizards involved in it, and it is called. Oh, I didn't see Rick. That's a bummer. I didn't see Rick. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself right now. It is called the Southeastern Gaming Exchange. Southeast Game Exchange, Greenville, South Carolina. So I'm going to I'm going to a gaming convention, and the king of all gamers going to his first gaming convention. Now I've avoided going to gamer conventions in the past because I don't want to make people feel bad. Believe it or not, I don't like hurting people's feelings. And I do just for existing because I am so skilled at gaming. I know what this means. Again, I know what this means. Thank you. All right. Let's get to this. I gotta. Sorry. Give me a moment. I am self-producing. I am self-coupling this stream. So I have to make sure things are lined up there. Papa Eswedu, whatever his name is, just made everything worse. Just made everything fucking worse. You know what I would have done if I was him? Kept my fucking mouth shut. But he didn't. And now he's hiding behind, and I'm sure he's gotten them. And it's not cool. He's received death threats. This might sound a little insensitive. Join the club, motherfucker. I got a 12-paragraph death threat 3 days ago. I might read it to you guys. It is unhinged, but I get them all the time for talking about Star Trek and Doctor Who. And it doesn't make it okay. Nobody should be sending him death threats. He's still horribly cast as Snape. He is still Black Snape. If he's such a big fan of the show, he shouldn't have taken the job, because if he was such a big fan of the book, he would know he's not Snape. This is the dumbest casting decision of the 21st century, and maybe in the history of Hollywood. And no matter how good the series is, this will always be something that will take a point, 2 or 3 off it. Even if his acting job is good, he will not be Snape. He won't be what the fans wanted to see. Fans just want to see the characters from the books brought to life as accurately as possible. They don't want to see some jack-off's interpretation of the book. They want to see the book. Okay? I understand you can't put everything from the book in an adaptation. I understand things have to change for time, or to make what works in a book doesn't work in a show. I get all that. That's why I like the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Now, as much as I like PJ's Lord of the Rings, greatest trilogy ever made, they're not as good as the books. The books are superior. By orders of magnitude, the books are superior. But I still love those movies because within those movies, and this varies with certain Tolkien fans, I'm fine with the changes because they stayed in the spirit of Tolkien. Although, admittedly, he would have hated the movies, and his son Christopher hated the movies. Fair enough. I love them. But this is something completely different. So we got Papa Essiadu says he's received death threats for Snape casting. I've been told, quit or I'll murder you. The actor told the Times. That's unhinged. That should not be done. And I wouldn't dare say that somebody, I'm sure he got something to that effect. Do you think he's actually worried about it? No. But I also wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility that he didn't get one. And they're just using this as PR to shield from criticism. Oh, Hollywood would never make something up and form a narrative to shield from criticism, would they? So I think we can all agree that threats to end someone are bad. They're bad. I'm sure he's gotten a lot of flack, but if it's just criticism for the inaccuracy of his casting, it's all valid. And if you don't think you can criticize somebody for the accuracy of the casting, well, then talk to the Black Panther fans who were complaining that Aaron Pierre was too light-skinned for the character. Or talk to Anita Sarkeesian, who didn't want a black Buffy. And I agree with her. And I agree with the Black Panther fans. He should be a darker-skinned guy. Absolutely. So I've been told, quit or I'll murder you, the actor told the Times in a profile published Saturday. Essiadu said after his casting was officially announced on April 2025, he faced backlash for being a black actor stepping into the role of Snape, for stepping into the role of a white man. Yes, we are going to criticize you for taking the job. We're going to criticize the casting directors for coming up with that, and the producers for signing off on it, and even J.K. Rowling, who probably signed off on it too. Going to criticize all of it. And you know what? We can, at least for now. I don't know about the UK, but we can complain about it, and we should. I think people would feel a lot better about race swapping if it was done evenly. I'm not saying it's great, but one of my biggest criticisms of it, it only goes one way. It only goes one way. It really matters. The reality is that if I look at Instagram, I will see somebody saying, I'm going to come to your house and end you. So while I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be murdered, that could age badly. But yes, while I hope I'll be okay, nobody should have to encounter this for doing their job. Let's talk about it. Many people put their lives on the line in their work. I'm playing a wizard in Harry Potter, and I'd be lying if I said it doesn't affect me emotionally. Well, you took the job and you knew this was going to happen. So stop with this bullshit, this manipulative bullshit. Later on, he's going to say what a big fan he was of the book. So you're crying victim for taking a job. You knew there would be backlash, and the mindset of maybe you, Papa, maybe not. The mindset of the producers, the mindset of the writers is, oh, we need to do this. We will force this in. We will fight bigotry through Harry Potter by casting one of the biggest assholes in the story as a black man. That will fundamentally change the themes of the story. You know, the book that has sold millions and millions of copies and made J.K. Rowling a billionaire, the one you don't need to change because the story is good as it is. Well, this isn't something you want. This is from Hollywood. This isn't something you want. It's something you need. Because you need to fight your internal bigotry. Okay. And you need to fuck up your show. However, the I may destroy you star, well, he's going to destroy Harry Potter, added that the abuse fuels me and makes me more passionate about making this character my own because I think of how I felt as a kid. You're pretending for a living, so stop. And if you want to make, you're not supposed to make the character your own. You're supposed to make the character in the book, your interpretation of it. Your job is to pretend to be somebody else. And I don't know if you have the creative skill to do it better than, I don't know, the original writer did of the books that sold millions and millions of copies. Unless you're going to put on a bunch of white makeup and give yourself a hook nose and straight hair, which you don't naturally have. You know, I'm a big Harry Potter fan. I wouldn't make a very good Miss McGonagall. I would imagine myself at Hogwarts on broomsticks. Yeah, you could, as Dean Thomas. And the idea that a kid like me could see themselves represented in that world, you could, as Lee Jordan. That's motivation to not be intimidated by somebody saying they'd rather I died instead of doing work I'm going to be really proud of, he continued. I told you guys, this is going to be a shit show. This is going to be a complete fucking shit show. He would be a very good Kingsley Shacklebolt. Absolutely. Who gets a more expanded role as time goes on. Yeah, he's too old to play the kids. But when he said when he was a kid, he's all, imagine if I could be in Harry Potter. You could. There was characters with your same skin color. Or it's your imagination. You can imagine being anybody you want. But if you're taking a role as Snape, one of the most iconic and important characters of Harry Potter, and you don't look like him, I mean, at all. Yeah, it's sounding worse as it goes along. This is just the beginning of it. The issue remains endemic, and anyway, people see stuff and message. So when asked if he could stay offline to avoid negative discourse, as he noted, even if you successfully ignore it, it doesn't mean it's not happening. The issue remains endemic, and anyway, people see stuff and message to ask if I'm okay. If it's such a problem, don't take the job. It's not going to help your career. Do you think it's actually going to help your career? You will forever be known as Black Snape. And maybe in 2018 or through 2023, people might have been a little more quiet about criticizing you. Times have changed, and people see through the bullshit now and see this for what it is. This was a politically motivated decision, just like casting Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor. This wasn't a creative decision. It was a politically motivated decision. And people see through the bullshit, and people feel more free to call it out. And yes, there'll be a bunch of people calling me a racist, calling you a racist in the chat for saying, why can't there be a Black Snape? It's just make-believe. It's just a wizard. Well, okay. Let's see that go the other way. And they lose their fucking minds when there's a light-skinned dude being rumored as Black Panther, not even cast, rumored, and they lost their fucking minds. So, if you're a Harry Potter fan and you were excited about this show because it could expand so much more on the films and include like really important book after book, you will hear from me and Ryan in the future, like stuff that they left out that they should have put in. There is actually longer versions of every movie that you can see the TV versions, and they're all superior because they put a little more in. Goblet of Fire and Half-Blood Prince are the most butchered, like not even close. Like horrible adaptations. And you could still enjoy the movies because the characters are in there. But it's this mindset that we have this book that's hugely popular. Right now, there's audio versions that are fantastic. They add nothing. They are just adaptations of the book. You have, as HBO, you have 10 episodes to adapt each book. Which means you're going to be fine for the first couple. You should be able to get all that in. But you're still not going to have enough time to adapt everything with the later books. And now we're hearing they're adding shit in. Like we might find out why Ron's nose was dirty. We're going to see Malfoy's home life. We're going to see how the teachers interact behind the scenes, which means they will be taking stuff out of the book to show the new stuff. And again, this is one of the writers from Severance, who also did his Dark Materials. I think Disbrew said he liked it. That's fine. You know what his Dark Materials is, chat, right? What that book is, what it's a response to. It's a response to Narnia. It's an atheist response to Narnia. Narnia, which is going to be adapted by oh, sorry, that's the Golden Compass, right? I got it mixed up. So that's the Golden Compass. My bad. I always mix it up. His Dark Materials. This isn't a person who's fit to write Harry Potter. This is not a person who's fit to write Harry Potter. We'll see, though. We had a writer from Breaking Bad take on the Rings of Power. How'd that work out? Breaking Bad, pretty good show, right? Pretty well-written show. Pretty well-written show. How did that work out for Rings of Power? So I'm very suspect of the writers. Severance was good in the beginning, and then it kind of went on a little too long. I think I like the first season, but it's also like really dark and nihilistic, which is easier to write than something like Harry Potter, which is completely different. So I would be shocked at this point if this show is good. Now, it's going to be huge. There's going to be a lot of people watching it, especially that first season. And I think the casting of the kid, listen, I'm not going to get into like there's a couple of race swaps with the kids. Like race swapping like Susan Bones isn't going to bother me. It's not. But I'm not going to we'll stick with the adults. We'll just stick with the adults on that one. The Hollywood Reporter previously exclusively reported that the Emmy nominee was being eyed to play Snape in December of 2024, and they were right. Couldn't believe it when I saw it. He joins the cast of HBO Max series that will see Dominic McLaughlin step into the titular role, and I think that's well cast. Alistair Stout portrays Harry Potter's best friend, Ron Weasley. I thought that was well cast. Arabella Stanton as Harry Potter's other friend, Hermione Granger, which if you listen, she does the audiobook. She sounds exactly like Hermione. She's better than the older version that they have later. Additional cast members include John Lithgow, who said he wasn't going to take the role until he did. Janet McTeer as Professor McGonagall, which was good casting. Nick Frost as Hagrid, which I think was pretty good. Lox Pratt as Draco. I thought that was pretty good casting too. Like a lot of the casting was good. That's what makes this so fucking frustrating. Also, he was born in Arizona. That's right. There was Papa Asiata was talking in another interview, or expanded on this interview, that he was a big fan of the books, right? So that should make it okay. He was a big fan of the books. And like I said before, Ryan's a big fan of the books. I don't think Ryan would make a very good Bellatrix Lestrange. I think Ryan would make a better Bellatrix Lestrange than Papaziato making Snape. But I think there's a precursor to this. It's not as big, and I pointed out in my Black Snape video. There's a precursor to this. Sandman. Which is funny. There's a Neil Gaiman quote going around on Twitter. It's an older quote. Basically saying you need to cast characters accurately. And it's ironic that later on he would sign off on a Black Death. So arguably one of the most iconic characters from the Sandman series is Death. Little goth girl, little pale white goth girl. And they made her a black woman. They also took John Constantine, a white dude, and turned him into Jenna Coleman in the series. And it was canceled after season 2. And it was going to be canceled no matter what. So even if Neil Gaiman wasn't, he was cleared of all charges, by the way. He's a freak. He's a hypocrite male feminist, but he didn't do anything illegal. And he likes to put butter in butts. But again, it's consensual. But Sandman season 2 was going to be its last season anyway. And it's because, a bunch of the characters didn't look like the fucking characters. Actually, the audio drama for Sandman is better cast than the show. Ryan could probably play a mean Madame Pomfrey because a dude plays Madame Pomfrey in the audio adventure. But Papa Asiatu, he I would have not said anything. Let your acting do the talking for you. And like I said, if he puts on a bunch of white makeup and a hook nose and a straight wig, then maybe he pulls it off. I say that in jest, but I'd rather he do that than, come out with I can't wait for the first promotional picture of Snape. I think we're getting close to getting one. We haven't seen any official promotional pictures. I think we're going to get those by Comic-Con. That's going to be a hell of a day on Twitter. So what are you guys going with? Does he have hair like he does right there? Do we get Jerry curl Snape? Do we get Afro Snape? Or do they put straight hair on him? Which means Snape gets up every morning and flat irons his hair. Now, I'm sure there's a magical way to do that. Expecto flat irono. How do I know about a flat iron? I was married to a hairdresser. Okay. I know this was going around, and I don't know if it's real. I just question everything now, but we'll play it anyway. And if it's fake, it's fake. But it's funny. Yeah, do we get like Rick James Snape or Prince Snape or Michael Jackson Snape? Here, I'll get this. Bootsy Collins Snape. Bobby Brown Snape. Do-Rag Snape. I'm curious. Again, I saw this going around. I don't know if Ike Turner Snape. No, Snape ain't gay. Oh, wait, no. We theorized that he likes James Potter and not Lily in this one. Yeah, so this is Rupert Grint, Ron Weasley.
Expensive petroleum!
We will see. I can't wait for that first promotional image. Dolomite Snape. Now that's something I'd watch. Now that's something I'd watch. Yeah, Sirius Black is probably going to be black. Even though he is described as white in the book. Yeah, anytime you go, his face went pale, that means he's white. But if they make Snape black, that could be trouble for, his cousin. Not trouble, but that would be trouble in accurately casting. That would mean Bellatrix would have to be at least, I don't know, half black, quarter black. See, the fact that we have to think about this instead of just casting the characters accurately where no one on Earth would have complained at all. It's a forced and unforced error all in one. Cocaine makes your face go pale. I could. Yeah, being dead does. Quarter Black Garrett is Bellatrix Lestrange. He would be a better Bellatrix Lestrange than Papaciato being a Black Snape. And he could keep his beard. He could keep his beard. Why is that still up? Stop it. All right. Bruticus 69 for $10 says, first time, long time. Have you heard of the Misfits many tapes? The many tapes? Can't say that I have. Ooh, sealed color vinyl. Oh, that's part 2. Oh, is this just a compilation? Maybe maybe I forgot. But I don't have that. But now I'm going to get it. Thank you. Vic Mignogna deserves a cameo in legit Star Trek. He does. Snake Oil Sean. He does. Don't think he'll get it. I think he's fine now, but like you guys remember, a lot of people went after Vic. Back in the day, a lot of voice actors are fucking crazy. Who is playing Bellatrix Lestrange? Don't know yet. I don't think they've cast Bellatrix yet. They're not that far in. Yeah, he got fucked over. And yeah, I don't know what came of it. I know he sued and the lawyer was kind of shitty and fucked something up as far as I remember. But I met him. He's a really nice guy. And I walked around the Star Trek convention with I Stand with Vic shirt on, and I was super popular for it. Dylan Mulvaney as Bellatrix. Thanks for doing what you do. Lost my grandfather yesterday. I'm sorry. And it feels nice to be here with the fellowship. So hail all and cherish everyone. Sorry you lost Gramps. May you rest in peace. Thank you for the $4.99. You're with friends here. Yo, Gary, what's up, my brother? What's up, Cole Hauser? Praise Allah. It was great seeing you, man. Cole Hauser was like I don't know, you were the coordinator? Is that the best term at the meetup? You were making sure I was standing in the right place. There was some line I couldn't. I guess my line was blocking another bar and they didn't like that very much, which I understand. So I had to keep backing up, but I kept moving forward because I'm an idiot. So yeah, you know what? Cole Hauser was the retard wrangler. Ludwig van Vegan for €1. Thank you. Fist My Bump might be the best quote of the year. I really like Project Hail Mary. And I love that it's doing well. It's a good, fun family movie. I think the book is superior, but I really like the movie. I'm going to go see it again. And we'll see how it does. I think Mario's coming out next week. So that's going to dominate the box office for sure. But as far as like it being non-IP sci-fi, I still consider Hollywood doing something new if they adapt a book that's never been adapted. To me, that's what Hollywood used to do a lot. And I think that's still doing something new. I think nowadays that definitely falls under doing something new. Any comparison made to Interstellar is just inaccurate, other than they both take place in space, but they're completely different movies. And I think it's just to start a conversation, which is fine. I mean, people can like start debates and stuff. Like I don't hate Interstellar like some people do. I also don't love it like other people do, but it's the best like original sci-fi movie we've gotten in a while. I'll just say that. And it's fun and it's worth going seeing in theater. It's worth going to see in IMAX. And it's a lot of fun. It's fun. Is it the greatest movie I've ever seen? No. But it's the best movie I've seen this year, which isn't saying much because the only movie I saw in the theater was The Bride. But Rocky is awesome. I would have liked, I understand why they cut it out, and it probably would have made the movie too long and too boring for people. But I would have liked to see more of the science from the book be put into the film, because they actually do pretty much explain everything. That kind of comes off as, we just science this shit. We're not going to show you how we figured it out in the movie. But what they made a conscious decision, like, we're going to either go really like stark and sciencey with this, or we're going to just go into the feels, right? And that's what they decided to do. And I think it's working really well for them, because it did what? 140 million globally. It destroyed all the box office expectations. The word of mouth is good. So I think it could make its money back. It's a very expensive movie, which is good. And you know what? Theaters are going to be full for the next couple of weeks, because they have 2 huge movies coming out. So I'm happy for theaters. And isn't it amazing? In the first 2.5 years of I'm tired. First 2.5 months of this year, in my opinion, we've gotten 3 pretty good things: A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, One Piece Season 2, and Project Hail Mary. That's exactly 3 more good things than we got in the last 6 months of last year. I think in the theater, Frankenstein, and the shows I liked came out earlier in the year. So this year's already been better than the entirety of 2025, in my opinion. Now, some people might not agree on One Piece. That's fine. I loved it. Joe Smith, thank you for the $27.99 Canadian. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I was so happy when I heard the good news. I peed a bit, says Aaron Pipes. I hope it was in the toilet. But if it's not, it's just between us. There's not a couple thousand people in chat right here who just read that. But we won't tell anybody, right? To be fair, last year was the worst year ever. It was. Like, I liked Frankenstein. It's my favorite movie of the year. I liked Weapons. I liked F1. Those would have been, in a normal year, like, they'd have probably been in the top 10, but they're not like, Frankenstein should have won Best Picture, or F1 should have won Best Picture. One of those two, or Weapons should have, or why am I blanking on the name now? Begonia was better than One Woke After Another, and Sinners. I like Begonia both better than both of those. But none of those were like Best Picture quality movies. Nothing on that list was Best Picture quality. Even PTA, Paul Thomas Anderson, acknowledged in a way, like, where his movie stood with, he like, from memory, gave the Best Picture nominees from 75 or 76, the year Jaws was nominated. And it was just banger after banger after banger. And nobody is going to remember a fucking thing from this year. Nobody's going to remember F1 was nominated for Best Picture. Nobody's going to remember that a Netflix movie that was out in theaters for a week was nominated for this. Nobody's going to remember Begonia at all, which is kind of a shame, because I kind of liked it. But yeah, One Woke After Another is a dated movie. It's fucking terrible. Russell T. Davies, Alex Kurtzman, who's the 3rd member of the Horsemen of the Sci-Fi Apocalypse? Well, Jar Jar Abrams. And the 4th is Kathleen Kennedy. Thank you, Super Netanyahu, for $5. Tennessee Sacrifice. is a new member. Welcome. Part 1 of 2 from Dragonwise for $10. Simple fix to Star Trek post-Dominion War. Have Thomas Riker, last seen as a Maquis Cardassian prisoner. Cardassian. I said Kardashian. Jesus. Walking down the steps of Quark's bar from the Hollow Suites, telling Quark how bad the Kurtzman Hollow novels are and demanding a refund, making everything Kurtzman Trek a hollow nightmare. I'm for it. Thank you. Sweet, it never happened, like the last indie films. Yep. Tricky for 10. Totally not Star Trek related, but just got back from seeing Project Hail Mary, probably the best movie I've seen in almost a decade. And to hear the news about Star Trek, it's actually SA, but that's okay, is just icing on the cake. Hail. It is. And go see Project Hail Mary if you haven't. Try to see it in IMAX. It's a pretty spectacular looking film. Almost forgot. That's right, Tricky. Tricky. I figured out the worst race swap ever. Yeah, it's Black Snape. Did you know that A Time to Kill, even though it was based on a true story, was race swapped of Victim and Perp? Did they? I think I remember that. Well, I mean, okay, if you want to, like, as far as historical ones, that what was that Netflix show that everybody loved about the kid? They race swapped a white kid for a black kid. What the hell was the name of that show? Everybody was fucking talking about it. Adolescence. Thank you, chat. Like I said, I'm fucking tired. I am working at 60% brain capacity, which is 60% of 10%. It works all the time. Yeah, adolescence. They based on a black kid. They made it a white kid so they can make it about toxic masculinity. Fucking UK, dude. You guys are suicidal over there. You are a suicidal civilization. You are a suicidal society. Mahler's asleep. Can't call Mahler. You gay. You gay. It's okay. You're welcome here. UK is cooked. Yeah. What's I keep forgetting his name. Rupert Lowe. I like that guy. Don't think he'd win because there's a bunch of suicidal white people. No, like, honestly, there's this point where you're like, you kind of want him to get, and I'm talking about the super progressive, completely out of touch white person in London or Marin County or San Francisco or Silicon Valley or New York. You kind of want them to get everything they want. Like, you know what? Like New York City right now. Let's give them communism. Let's see what happens. You know, it's like, let's buy Hassan Piker a mansion in Cuba where he has to live there for 5 years under their laws. Oh, well, he'll be treated like a king. That's the thing, is he'll be treated like a king because it's not all fair and even in communism. There's the same type of elites in communism as there is everywhere else. But you almost want them to get what they wish for. You almost want them to get what they wish for. MAGA Stockholm Syndrome. Oh, you're a Cubs fan. Well, at least you guys got a World Series. I can't say shit about the Padres. I don't know what you mean by that. Please expand on that argument. Communism is even more class hardened. Yes, it is. But guys, it's never been implemented properly. Okay. That's what I keep hearing, even though there are communist governments right now as we speak. But it's never been implemented properly. And New York is going to figure it out. I hope you do. This time they'll get it right, Gary. This time, man. I want to see Hassan Piker digging a ditch. That guy has never worked a fucking day in his life. What does he know about the working class? I know more about the working class than Hassan Piker because I was in it. Sure, they will. I love that people keep pinning him down, though. Like, the glasses he was wearing were like a couple thousand. Like, who in the fuck? Is he gay? Is Hassan Piker gay for real? Because he really likes his fashion. He really does. Doctor Who Love and Monsters was textbook RTD slop. Well, Love and Monsters was terrible. So, yes. But they used a monster that I think some kids submitted the monster in a contest. But Love and Monsters and Fear Her are fucking awful episodes, and I skip them all the time. They're absolutely terrible. I'll watch every episode of that era. I go from RTD, so Rose, up to I'll finish season 8 with Capaldi. I'll finish season 8. It's got some rough ones, but there's also some really good ones. But even with like the woke era of Doctor Who starts with Capaldi, like it or not. It's season 9. So 9 to 15 are shit. Absolute shit. I think there's a couple of good episodes, but most of the season is shit. I'm fine with 8, but like the Missy thing worked, but then you saw what it led to. So I actually have some I have storyboards from that episode. From Death in Heaven. I have storyboards from that episode. They were cheap too. Yeah, if you're a Doctor Who collector, shit's cheap right now. It's real cheap. It's been destroyed. But yeah, Love and Monsters, total shit episode. Absolutely. Let's check in and see how Doctor Who's doing, everybody. You want to see how Doctor Who's doing? Let's see how Doctor Who's doing. Oh, I upset some people with this post. Hang on. It was just this last minute thing. I'm like, oh, look at Jodie's line. It's really short. Before we do that, let's get to this real quick. Rachel Green for 20. I miss Garrett so damn much on FF and FNT. Please, Gary, let him out of the basement. No, Garrett's going to be back this week. He's going to be back this week. He's still editing right now. We're still editing the supercut. I'll get into that later. But no, Garrett will be back. We miss him too. Like Garrett runs the show behind the scenes. So when I'm talking, because it's hard for X-Ray Girl because she's doing super chats. So she's listening to the show, doing all the super chats. So it's really difficult for her to hear the lead-ins to pull. And Garrett is so good at that. He reads my mind. So he knows where I'm going. And that article that I'm thinking of that I haven't even told him I'm thinking of is ready to go. That's fucking skill. That's skill. I love that people say I stole him from Crowder. I did. Okay, so let's check in on Doctor Who, everybody. So as you know, I was at Megacon. This was Sunday. So this was Sunday. So it's not going to be that busy of a day, right? But this was at the beginning of the day. This is Jodie Whittaker's line. It has about 9 people in it. There she is. Now, the line you see in the background that's super long, that's for the legend Frank Miller. And there's Jodie. And man, I had somebody retweet me going, "This is unnecessary and cruel." Is that what she said? Here, we'll get to it. 1.4 million impressions. Twitter makes no fucking sense. What did this person say? Oh, okay. Here they go. It's M Kenobi. The kind of girl you would, whatever. A girl. I was about to say something worse, but I won't. I'll take the high road. This is just mean and unnecessary and stuff. Uh, 18,000 likes, by the way. I just responded with a quote from Jodie Whittaker. "Very often, we're only seeing stories being told through the white male gaze." So, as I said before, actors, producers will take these jobs on beloved intellectual properties, which I hate to call intellectual properties, beloved stories, part of the modern mythology of the UK, part of the modern mythology of the US. So Doctor Who, Star Trek, Star Wars. Actors and producers will jump on this, try to make it their own. Oh, and they love the accolades, but they can't take any criticism at all. And they won't listen to it because they're not wrong, because they made it their own. But it's not their own. It's an interpretation. And I've said since day one, the Doctor is an established male character. And the minute you turn the Doctor into a woman, you broke it forever. But the creators, Piers Wenger and Chris Chibnall, from day one, knew that if they just had a female Doctor and she left and a dude came over, what everybody would do is just skip her stories to the next dude and try to ignore anytime the female Doctor was mentioned. So they had to do something to solidify her legacy, because this was a politically motivated decision. It was an activist motivated decision to turn the Doctor into a woman. There is a quote from Stephen Moffat from 5 years prior to this happening, where he said, if they make the Doctor a female, it's essentially, and he said this in a behind the scenes, he goes, if they make the Doctor a female, it's essentially hitting the panic button. Well, that's what they did. And it destroyed the show. It destroyed a money-making machine and a show that meant a lot to a lot of kids here in the US, but a lot more in the UK. And you want to talk about fan films and what started conventions and fan fiction. Doctor Who was there before Star Trek. There were kids in Australia. There were kids in the UK putting up their like 8mm, 16mm cameras and filming the fucking TV so they can go back and watch it because that was the only option they had, right? Or taking cassette recorders and just recording the audio. So where fandom has its roots way back into the early 1900s, as far as recent pop culture fandom, Doctor Who was there before Star Trek. Kind of an important show. And the best part about it, it was completely character driven. 100%. Had these crazy plots. They had no fucking money. They had people in paper mache and tinfoil. Some of the character work was god awful. Some of it was great, but the doctors, the men who played the doctors were so fucking good and influential that they were as popular as rock stars. And this woman comes in and says, it's a practice in the male gaze. And that's not the only thing she said disrespectful. And this is one of her first interviews. It's a practice in the male gaze. It's a great way to start out your, like I said this back in the day, if she would have come out humble and said, I know this is a big change. I'm going to do the best I can, show the character as much respect as I can, but she didn't. Oh, and she also admitted to not watching any of the older Doctor Who or not caring about it. And when she was gone, she stopped caring about it. So they come in, shit on a franchise, get their paycheck, and leave. Oh, and shit on the fans while they're doing it. And what's incredible is Russell T Davies came in and did something worse than Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker, the first female doctor played by Jodie Whittaker. And just to remind you, the reason I call her the first female doctor played by Jodie Whittaker is that's what the media called her forever. So it's mean and unnecessary. You know what it is? It's a lesson. I think many people would argue that casting Jodie Whittaker as a female doctor was mean and unnecessary because it was an activist and political motivated decision. It was designed to gaslight. It was designed to piss people off because somebody at the BBC decided you're all misogynists now and we're going to fix it by fucking up your favorite show. It is literally if anybody who's had a big sister, your big sister taking away your action figures or fucking with your action figures. That's what it was. We need to change fandom because it's filled with misogyny and we're going to just take away everything they like. We'll show them. We'll take these established male brands and turn them into girl brands and they'll learn to see girls the same way they see men. And Jodie didn't even act female. The funniest thing is the doctor turned into a girl and still liked girls. They made her a lesbian. So they never really fully explored what it was like to be female in the natural sense. The first season, they had a dude pregnant with it was all there. And Piers Wenger said, we are making stories to create conversations. So it's consequences. It's mean. It's unnecessary. I think it's a valuable lesson that hopefully Jodie learns and thinks about maybe I should have treated the fandom better. Maybe I shouldn't have taken the role. I'm partially responsible for destroying the longest running science fiction show of all time. A lesson in humility. accepting money and somebody paying it to sign off on pictures of the series that destroyed Doctor Who. Yeah, she's lucky she has 9 fucking people in line. And for the people who said, man, I saw some dumb shit. This show is dead. The whole event looks dead. It's Megacon, bro. It's the biggest con in the country. It gets anywhere between 170,000 to 200,000 attendees. San Diego gets 135. Now, San Diego sells out. San Diego would still be bigger if they had a bigger facility and if they hadn't capped the tickets, right? But Megacon has more room. The facility in Orlando is 5 times as large as the San Diego Convention Center. Now, if you go to San Diego, it will look more crowded, and it is. It's hard to walk. You know, it's insane. So I still say it's the most prominent con, but it's not the most popular or the most attended. I would say it still attracts more news than Megacon or New York. I think New York would be, I think it's Megacon, New York, and then San Diego. That's probably why San Diego's going to move. But then it won't be San Diego. It won't be the San Diego Comic-Con. But that's Doctor Who right there. And for anybody who thought it was mean and unnecessary, maybe it's a little mean, completely necessary. Welcome to the internet. Welcome to the internet. Dubious Maximus for $99. Thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate it. Incognitus Jones, it's been a member for 10 months, says, watch the Madison. It isn't your typical Taylor Sheridan show. Honestly thought I would hate it, but it's really damn good. Really soapy, though. I'll check it out with the wife. I'm not in a hurry, though. I think I'm going to see Young Sherlock once I'm done with all this Star Trek nonsense. I agree. We need more Garrett. I mean, at least a quarter of him. I agree, too. Anti-Zero Space for $5. Thank you. Out of all the seasons, Starfleet Academy Season 3 is the best written, hands down. And the casting is superior as well. Mrs. Nerfherder, I completely agree. It's underrated. The last move from Chuck Norris was a roundhouse kick to Paramount. Now they dread what they create. Says Dubious Maximus. I think the best one I saw was Chuck Norris told a woman to calm down, and she did. That's my favorite. F the copyright gods. I can't stand the show, but would love to listen to it in the background while I'm at work. Well, it's happening. Like you're going to get the supercut Thursday at the latest. We're shooting for Wednesday. I haven't checked on how Garrett's doing with it. Let me see. Hang on, I can check real quick. We're making progress. We are making progress on it. But not quite yet. Not quite yet. Gary, I blame you too. I mean, me too. I mean, too. LOL. I me too my wife every day. Bubba Doom for $10. Are they canning season 2 of this filth, or are they going to release season 2 of Academy? Also, AJ did one of the best interviews I've heard in a long time. Did you see it today? Hail to the fam. It was the one. Oh, no, I haven't seen it yet. I'll probably listen to it tonight. It's with Avi Loeb. That's right. It's the first thing. Dude, you don't think they listen to you? It's the first thing that popped up. Yeah, check out this guy too. Guitar Meets Science. It's good stuff. There's Ryan. It's over for them. Yeah, I couldn't get the video done. So I'm gonna have to make it something bigger and harder to make. So it's worth watching, in my opinion. We're gonna kind of with the Star Trek canceling video, which we are going to do separate from the supercut. We're going to get into kind of a bigger concept that I talked about a little bit in the beginning. It's got a lot of commonalities with a lot of things like the Acolyte and Doctor Who Series 15, but there's also the overall commonalities of these three major, like basically these like Star Wars, Star Trek, Doctor Who. I don't think it's arguable. Those are the foundations of nerddom, of all of nerd pop culture, as far as, television film. We could throw Marvel and DC in there when we start getting in the comics. But as far as television film, those are your foundational franchises. Star Wars, obviously, being the biggest. Doctor Who and Star Trek, niche, but Doctor Who, if you think about what was the population of the UK in, was it 2005, was 60 million, 60 to 66 million population of the UK. Correct me if I'm wrong. In 2000, let's say 9. That was around when the most watched Doctor Who episode ever came out, and that Voyage of the Damned, which had 18 million people in the UK watch it. So that is damn near 1/6 of the entire country watching Doctor Who, which is fucking insane. Fucking insane. But those are the foundations of like TV, like basic fandom that the most people know. There's other niches that are strong. Like I just saw somebody bring up Warhammer 40K. But now all three of them are gone, and they're gone in the same fucking way. Lord of the Rings, D&D definitely belong there. And Lord of the Rings is more prominent now, but I'm talking about over the last 60 years. So Lord of the Rings had as far as fandom is concerned, it was pretty niche. And as far as, I would say in the 80s and 90s, it was huge in the 60s when the hippies liked it. Like fucking huge. But then it had fallen out and kind of become niche in the 80s and 90s. I still loved it. A lot of people still loved it. But since the PJ movies, it is up there with Star Wars now. Frodo lives, exactly. I'm not saying it was small, but it wasn't, as far as general nerddom is concerned, it would be Star Wars, Star Trek here in America, and then Doctor Who, as far as just long running shows that have been kind of the background tapestry of our lives for Gen X. Those were always there, Then there's like He-Man and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and there's a bunch of other stuff. But having those three franchises not just be sick, be dead, is bad. And something will take their place, but they will never be what they were, ever, ever, ever. But they are going to continue. Bubba Doom, to answer your question, they will be releasing season 2. Some people said this year, but I don't think they can get the post-production done because they just finished filming Principal a couple months ago. Maybe at the very end of the year. But we still have 2 years left, year and a half, 2 years left of Kurtzman Trek. but I think this is a sign that he is done. Fiduciary duty is one of those many laws and name only that hasn't been enforced in ages. Says Lord of the Pants for 888. This is true. One that they have corporations have completely ignored. Can we please put the dead baby to rest? Star Trek well, they did. They canceled it. But I still have a supercut to release. And I guess my Starfleet Academy video or Starfleet Academy being canceled video is going to be about more than just Starfleet Academy being canceled. It's going to be about a lot more. Hey, Gary, radio colleague went to your panel at Megacon. He tried to get over to you guys, but too many people around. He said you guys killed it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry I didn't get to see him. How do you say this name? Sir. It's Sarah Nagel. That's a tough one for me. It's probably something really obvious. Thank you for the $5. But tell him thank you. I appreciate it. It was a fun panel. XG Ropo says, hi, Gary. Been a member for 26 months. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Hi, Gary. I once said that Starfleet Academy was an attempt to get you to off yourself, and you said they'd have to try a lot harder, and boy, did they try. They tried, but I actually like life, and I actually really enjoyed mocking them. It did get rough. I think if it was 8 episodes, it would have been fine. I hate Kevin Feige. Thank you for being a member for 2 months. But 10 episodes is a bit rough, and I won't be doing that with season 2. Hell no. Oh my God, I just had a euphemism. What if the doctor got the chains are forged quote wrong because it had to be 10% different in the script? Maybe. So they just left out a giant part and had it make no sense. Kurtzman received an award to tell him, congratulations, you stink. Now leave. I think that was part of it. I think he paid for that award. I can't believe the Saturn Awards have fallen. And they brought that award back. It had been a retired award, right? And they brought it back for him. So I'm thinking there was some cash passed. Jackson Cagle, freedom cost $1.05. I hope it isn't too emotional still, but would there ever be a chance to have an Inquisition with Doomcock show again? I really miss those. The Inquisition, those were good times. You never know. I never say never. MD Turner Innos for 10 Australian dollars. Hope I got that right. Probably not, but I hope I did. We will never watch anything Hunter or Giamatti is an old or new. They owe us fans an apology for this tripe. Well, they were terrible, and they're good like Holly Hunter was a good actress. She's great in Raising Arizona. That's fucking S-tier film, as the kids say. Paul Giamatti's great. The writing sucked. They had nothing to work with. And Giamatti tried. Just kind of made it worse. Was the downfall of Star Trek the first JJ movie? Yes. Yes. We didn't know it at the time. And that movie in isolation by itself is fine. It still has problems, but it's fine because it's in an alternate universe. What it led to is horrific. So if you ask me, like, would I rather not have it? I'd rather not have it. Dubious Maximus for 5. It was great being, it was the beginning of the downfall of Jar Jar Abrams, like to shake cameras while filming with his fingers like he never had a girlfriend. I read that one earlier. Yeah, he's not a good director. He did fine with Mission Impossible, but Tom Cruise was there. There was a lot of, and he didn't write that. I don't think JJ wrote. Who wrote? Oh, maybe he did. I don't want to take that away from him. Like I said, my brain is at 60% today. Yes, he wrote Mission Impossible 3. So I'll give him credit for Mission Impossible 3. It's a good movie. I like it. I read that one, and you will be getting it someday. I drive all years to pimp slap some modern Trekkies. Well, there's like 5 or 10 of them. So it'd be a lot of driving, mostly in Canada, by the way. Brocky Man for $10. It was great to see the crew and the fellowship at Megacon and at the meetup. Everyone was super nice and gracious. My apologies for being a little awkward when I saw y'all at the airport. Oh, it's all good. No. Don't even, we saw you at Outback, right? It's all good. Yeah, we would have totally had breakfast. We had to do a bunch of stupid work, right? And we would have been boring. But let's do a rain check. We see you again. But, dude, it was great seeing you in the airport. Hail, brother. Steve Safaro is a new member. Welcome. Welcome, Steve. Thanks for joining up. Knock Maman for $2. JJ's best script is Armageddon. Good, dumb fun. Did he? Yeah, he did write Armageddon, didn't he? I like Armageddon. Yep. Well, J.J. Abrams, Tony Gilroy, Jonathan Hensleith, and Shane Salerno. Tony Gilroy? Really? Jar Jar Abrams and Tony Gilroy. What an odd team, but it worked. I love it. Is Armageddon in 4K? I don't think it is. Is it? No. How is Armageddon not in 4K? What the hell? I thought Con Air was gonna, sorry, I keep looking, but like this is just how I roll. Is Con Air? All right, Con Air has received a new 4K restoration featuring Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos, with digital versions already upgraded on platforms like iTunes and Vudu. As of early 2025, a physical 4K HD Blu-ray release is anticipated, with reports of director involvement and potential release. That's fucking awesome. Con Air, Face Off, The Rock, all need 4K. I don't know if they all need 4K. They just do. I agree, Anak Maman. Andrew McCarty for $19.99 says the original series is one of the best. Season 1, 11/10. Season 2, 10/10. Season 3, 5 out of 10. The movies really bring the show back to an 11 out of 10. Motion, 7 out of 10. I would say motion pictures an 8 out of 10 now. Con, 11 out of 10. Agreed. Search, 8 out of 10. Agreed. Voyage, 7 out of 10. Agree. I don't agree. Frontier is a 6 out of 10, brother. It's a 6 out of, you heard me. Undiscovered, 10 out of 10. Best show, only one is better, is One Piece anime. There you go. I'm not going to argue with you because I haven't seen the One Piece anime. Well, I've seen okay, the One Piece anime. I was about to say don't get mad, but get mad. It's fine. It is a pretty, I know the animation gets better, but there's certain parts of it because they really dial down like how spastic Luffy is in the live action show. He's pretty fucking spastic. And they do anime stuff, which I still find kind of cringe. And maybe because I'm just an old man and out of touch. But I know the animation gets better. It's not terrible. The one thing that attracts me to One Piece is the world building is fucking excellent. Excellent. Hail, Gary. It took me many years to get into One Piece anime, because of the English voice actors. But when I finally sat down with the sub, the voices were perfect match for the characters if you can give it the subs a try. I know the subs are always superior. I know. It's not the voice acting that gets me necessarily. But I didn't hate it. I got pretty far into it. I just had only have so much time to watch stuff. But I'll eventually get into it. I wish there was I could get one physical media set, or at least volumes, but it's all piecemeal and y'all got to watch it digitally. Now, maybe I think Flash said they'll probably release something when they're done, but when's that? Is TNG, DS9, Voyager, Enterprise all live up to TOS, Andrew Riccardi? Do they? Yeah, I think there's seasons of TNG and DS9 in particular that live up to the original series. Yes. I mean, I prefer the original series because, that's what I watched first. But as far as storytelling, and I think there's seasons that live up to it. Absolutely. Nerdrotic is the spear that destroyed Starfleet. One of them. There's many spears. Tomorrow is Daredevil season 2. Oh my God, is it tomorrow? Oh, got so much to do. God help us all, and thanks for the content. Fucking A, Daredevil is tomorrow. Actually, it's today, isn't it? I thought it was today. Oh, yeah, it is today because it's past midnight. Let's see. Pulling up Daredevil now. Not out yet. Probably in like an hour. Oh, I am so far behind on everything right now. Okay. Yeah. I'll probably get a couple episodes in before we do real BBC. The one thing, okay, going back to this, and I love Daredevil. Listen, I want season 2 to be as good as Netflix Daredevil. I would like nothing more. I would like nothing more for Star Trek to be good, for Marvel to be good, for Star Wars to be good, for Doctor Who to be good. I'd like nothing more. And for people who think, well, you wouldn't make as much money, like, I don't think in that sense for my videos, but I would make the same amount of money. It's proven time and time again. I hate talking about money. Some of the most lucrative streams I do are House of the Dragon, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, or when I talk about a TV show. And it's not just super chats, it's ad money. It's collectively. Those are like A Night of the Seven Kingdoms did very well for this channel. The numbers did very well. And we were gushing about that series for 6 weeks straight. I'm thinking about doing a One Piece stream and it probably will be in the next week. I'll let you know the time. But just doing a random One Piece season 2 stream where I'll get some people who watched it, who liked it, maybe some person who didn't. I don't know. I'll just collect some people and we'll do. I don't know why Mahler hasn't seen it. I know he likes season 1, but maybe I don't know. Yeah, I want Daredevil season 2 to be as good as even as like Daredevil season 3, which is the weakest season in the Netflix series. Some people say it's 2. You're high. 2 is the best. 2 is the best. I would love it. That would be great if they're like, hey, that last season we were kind of bogged down with that other shit. Yes, I know we fucked up Muse. They fucked up Muse so bad. The co-creator of Muse reached out to me and told me how much they fucked up his character. It was funny. He's great too. Great guy. Yeah. So Daredevil starts at a couple hours. And we did that one. Oof. Oda confirms that live action will not cover the whole manga. I suspect. Hopefully, it'll at least go till Water 7 or Paramount War, both one of the best stories in fiction. I think it'll probably go to the end. So he'll end it, and then they're just going to truncate everything. Well, it can't. It can't. And the way he set up his world, the only way you can adapt One Piece is in a prestige series, and the only companies that had the wherewithal and the funds to do it are Netflix or Amazon. And I think Netflix it's done its job. It's not that One Piece needed new fans, it got new fans. And listen, anime fans are passionate, very passionate fans. And they will gatekeep the fuck out of anime and manga. And God bless them for it. Not going to criticize them for it. But the effects, the character work, the world building, the music, the directing, the acting, adapting the whimsical nature of One Piece into live action is almost impossible, and they pulled it off, I would dare say, perfectly. And they still keep it like when you have Marines working for the world government and you're supposed to take them seriously, and they're running around with white uniforms and hats that say Marines. You're like, if I describe that to you, it sounds fucking ridiculous. But it works. I mean, two of my favorite characters are Marine commanders, right? Smoker, Garp. Hi, I'm moving to Hiroshima in May. Come visit. Woogie Boofuff. Well, I'll be there in May. I don't know if I'll be at Hiroshima. Are we going to be at Hiroshima? Maybe. But I'll be there last week of May. I'll be in Japan. Can't wait. Hey, and good luck in Japan. Found your all channels. Thanks to Tyrone Oh, thanks, Tyrone. We love Tyrone. Andrew Fraser Jr. So thank him for me, but we love Tyrone Magnus. I'm normally joking around, but honestly, you guys, the Fellowship has always been a powerhouse when it comes to the truth. Hail, keep up the fight, keep the fight going, and make everyone else laugh. That's all we can do. I mean, we do this. It's like almost a defense mechanism to laugh, because it's ultimately soul crushing what they've done to things we love, and we still have to deal. And it's fine. Like I don't care, but we still have to deal with people who go, "Why do you care so much? There's no way you can care this much." Well, to that I say, This is particularly aimed at content creators. It is difficult and nearly impossible for the dishonest man to grasp the ideas of the honest man. It's almost like speaking a different language, especially if you're like habitually dishonest. Something I used to be as a crazy drug addict. But thank you, Dubious Maximus. I mean, I can't think. It would be hell, I would imagine, to talk about this stuff this much if you didn't care. Probably break you at some point. I'm watching TNG on season 4. Oh, good stuff. Should I watch the movies before All Good Things since it's set in the future? Season 4 has some ups and downs, but 3 had bangers. I love season 4. Andrew McCarty, I fucking love season 4. Watch the movies. You watch the movies when you're done. Watch the movies when you're done, and then, kind of hold your nose doing it, because they're not, God. I'd say First Contact has a lot of problems, but that's the most entertaining movie. Insurrection is it's like a mid-tier two-parter from like season 2. Hale, it was cool meeting you in person. God bless. Right, Average Joe Patriot, cool meeting you. Thanks for coming by. We appreciate you guys. Can't wait for the next one. Mr. Gary, what would it take to see Tyrone Magnus on FNT? We've had him on FNT. Andrew, we had him last year. We'll get him back. We love Tyrone. Come to the Northeast, come to Foxwoods or Mohegan Sun Casinos in Connecticut. Fuck Boston and New York. I also live 10 minutes from each, so that'd be nice. I won't put it out of the realm of possibility. Connecticut. Last time I was in Connecticut, I was like 7. Sophie Chronicles. What's up, Sophie? How you doing? Speaking of marine hats, she gave me a marine hat. I have it downstairs. Hale, we'll go to Megacon one day. Also, sorry for spamming One Piece reels on Instagram. Don't be sorry. We're fine with that. I love it. Going to visit Oda's hometown before Osaka. That's awesome. So, Sophie, spam away. It's okay. Melissa loves One Piece live action. And she controls the Instagram. Can we expect EFAP to make any appearance? Thank you, S. Martin, for 50. You mean live? Like in person? Yeah, we're going to make it happen someday. Like, even if they have to show up, I would recommend Mahler shows up in a Mahler mask. Even if they all show up in masks, I think them doing, could you imagine a live EFAP show like Unsub? That would be fucking epic. Epic. But yeah, someday, but that's up to them. I'm not going to put pressure on them. But I will say that when you, I think it is good for the soul, and I think it helps a lot when you go out and interact and meet people in real life. I think a lot of content creators might be worried for their safety and stuff. Well, life is a dangerous thing. You put yourself in danger every time you get into a car, right? Don't let that keep you from having a great experience. One of my favorite things to do in the world is just hang out with people, right? It's not really about like when I went to Coachella or Comic-Con or to a concert. I could go by myself and be boring as fuck. It's the people you meet on the way or the company you go with that makes it a good time. So my idea of fun is like what we did last night. We went to Jeremy's Airbnb and we just kind of hung out. or Universal on Friday. There was a bunch of us just hanging out. I think we went on 4 rides, but I had a great time because we were just bullshitting the whole way. That's my idea of a good time. How different would the reaction be if Starfleet Academy was animated? The show would still suck, but I think it would have its defenders like Lower Decks does. It'd have a lot fewer viewers. So I think the impact would have been a lot less, and it might have been probably picked up again if it was animated. Because like it or not, I know there's animation fans who just hate hearing this, but it's not taken as seriously as live action. I don't know if that's breaking any news to anybody, but it's just not. And it's a barrier. That's my criticism of the Serenity season 2. Well, it's like a Serenity season 2 comic book, right? I love comic books. It's my favorite medium ever. But people don't take them seriously as a film, as a live, especially when the property was live action. Lower Decks is shit, by the way. And I know it has its defenders, but it's shit. It's the Rick and mortification of Hollywood that happened to Star Trek and Marvel. And they both realized that Rick and Morty, which I never liked that much in the first place, was Dan Harmon. Gary, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of the soy boys. Clayton Bach for 20. That is what's best in life. Shout out to Darkside Gary on FNT. Maybe on the road, but not on camera. Was I dark side? Gary on FNT? Did I yell at people for like Dark Side Phil? Did I yell at people for not donating enough? I don't think I've ever done that in my life. No, I didn't, for sure. I do not know what that is in reference to. Let me know. Let me know when you come to Wisconsin. Would love to meet up with you and everyone. I also live in Wisconsin. I'm enjoying the Harry Potter audiobooks. They're great, by the way. Can't wait for the next one. I'm already ready for the next one. Can't wait to hear you and Ryan talk about them. Thank you. Wish you many blessings and hail. Jake Foreman, right back at you. Thank you for the 20. We'll be in Wisconsin in a couple months. We'll let you know. We're going to do like a very low-key meet up there. Maybe we can use the same brewery we did last time in Milwaukee. Hell, Gary, the weirdos are losing it on X over your tweet about Jody at Megacon. Classic Who Hartnell episodes recovered. Yes, that's exciting. That's actually exciting. I hope, as long as they don't fuck with them. But again, I got this bad boy. These are fucking magnificent. So I think they're about 2/3 of the way getting through all the classic seasons. They do them out of order. It makes no sense, but whatever. Nicholas Horton. Hail, brother. Yeah, so we will get some good Doctor Who. It'll just be, the first Doctor, William Hartnell. Better not hate Breaking Benjamin. I don't hate Breaking Benjamin. I can't say I'm a fan of their body of work, but yeah. Gonzalez Brandon has become a member. Thank you, brother. I felt like doing a little jig when Starfleet Academy was canceled. Then I was sad I won't see you, Az and Disbrew suffer past season 2. Well, I know Disbrew will review every episode. I think Az will probably end up reviewing every episode. I will not review every episode of season 2. I'll do at most 3. I'll do a beginning, middle, and end. There is no fucking way I'm doing it episodic again. Hell no. Once was enough. Thank you, Ryan Bailey. Hope you had a good time at Megacon. Got to make it to a meetup sometime, but the military keeps me busy. Yeah, especially now, Book of Grudges. Be safe, bro. Hopefully this shit's over with quick. Sensor test. Homo sapiens. See? So now just do homo. What? No, you don't have to. You don't have to do another super chat. But like next time you think about it, try homo. Just call me a homo. It's fine. Runs with phantoms. Thank you. I work in law enforcement, and in my area, snitches are okay because everyone is so high on fentanyl, they forget who snitched after 5 minutes. Hairless Wookie. Oh, that's so funny. Can you imagine like going up to your fentanyl dealer? Oh, you can, because I've never touched fentanyl. There might have been some cut in the coke I used back in the day, but anyway. So imagine going to your fentanyl dealer, and your fentanyl dealer is so fucked up on fentanyl that he doesn't remember that he fronted you like, I don't know, a couple $100 worth of drugs and then forgot and then fronts it again. That'd be hilarious. Michael Thomas for $5. Hey, Gary, thanks for the show. Do you like Pat Benatar ever? Hey, Gary, thanks for the show. Do like Pat Benatar ever, though, about going to ICC? It's a Star Wars con. Echo-based Derek Anderson, maybe Valiant is going. Okay, there's a lot going on there. Thank you, by the way, for the kind words. I like Pat Benatar a lot. Early Pat Benatar fucking rocked. She was kind of hot, too. And ICCC, I don't think I'm going to that. But say hi to Echo and Derek. Derek couldn't make it to Megacon. That sucked. But I understand why. We love Derek, who just hit 35,000 subscribers. Congratulations. Black Snape is the equivalent to a plant swap in Little Shop of Horrors. Yes. Horrors. Dragonwise. Thank you for the $5. John Davidson for Snape. Thank you, Burn Wayne, for the $1.99. I look forward to seeing Snape sideways aim his wand. Gangsta grip, says Mrs. Nerf Herder. That would be funny. Sectum Sempra. Gold Compass is the first book of his Dark Materials. Thank you for correcting me on that. Yeah, I didn't read it. I had a friend who, so Golden Compass is the first book of his Dark Materials, which is an atheist response to Narnia. And I had an atheist friend who would just gush about the book. And listen, I'm not into organized religion. I'm not an atheist, but I'm not into organized religion and probably never will be. But if I don't shit on anybody who is, right? And by far, the people who get the most shit are Christians from Hollywood in particular. And we know why. Because they're the easiest pick on. They like to pretend that they're these brave artists, you know, and I'm still waiting for Muhammad Superstar, the musical. I'm still waiting for it. Okay. Maybe someday. But I digress. He was gushing about it so much, it just annoyed the fuck out of me. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Which is ironic that I said Jesus Christ to him. I'm all, Jesus Christ. Which technically I'm sinning. But what? I said, Jesus Christ. You're really passionate about not believing in something. And it's fine to be an atheist. I don't care. You be what you're going to be. I have friends who are atheists, but they're not obnoxious about it, okay? They're actually quite cordial about it. But he was so fucking obnoxious about it, and he would just tell me about the book, and it's like, yeah. So it's derivative, subvertive, you know, like it's pretty much everything we have today, and some people just absolutely love it, right? No thanks. And I think it's a precursor to a lot of what we got today. And that's one of the people who is writing the Harry Potter book. And it's has nothing to do with being an atheist or Christian. It's about being nihilist. Make an all black Potter like the Wiz, Hakeem Potter. There you go, Eric. Got to ease on down the road. The Wiz is actually pretty good. Gonna say, I like the Wiz. I know it's considered a massive piece of shit and a flop, but Michael's in it as a scarecrow and Diana Ross. It's got a good song. Ease on down the road. I like that. Gary, he'll go full Tropic Thunder with this. God, I hope so. Darth Vader's voice is an acceptable race swap. What's a voice? And when we were introduced to Darth Vader in Star Wars, technically, George Lucas didn't even know he was Luke's father. That came later. I could go for Charlie Pride Snape. Is anybody going to Azkaban or Phoenix, Arizona? If you know, you know. I'll see myself out. I like Charlie Pride. Dude, that's the stupid thing is there are black characters in the show. And he looks like Papa Asiato looks like Kingsley Shacklebolt. He does. Like a lot. But the producers all, you know what would be provocative casting that would create a lot of conversations, and it could create some discourse because every franchise needs, I'm talking as a marketing executive, they need the discord because it gaslights fandom to start fighting, and it turns the show into a movement. That's their logic behind it. There's a lot of really fucking dumb people in Hollywood. You know what would have been better? Discord? None at all. You don't want discord in your fandom. You want discourse. Sorry, discourse. Like I said, I'm tired. Sorry. There's going to be discourse for everything, but if it's anything, it's I thought this character was a little bit out of character in this scene, or I would have rather have seen this, or theory crafting. People are so excited about your story. They want to make more of your story. So that's awesome. That's the healthy franchise. A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is as universally loved as a show can get. It has energized a fandom who has been fucked over, and it hasn't been healthy for a long time. But you want that. And now A Song of Ice and Fire theory videos are getting some more views. Those channels are getting more attention, and good. That's the sign of a healthy fandom. Positive memeing is one of the best signs of a healthy fandom. That was happening with Game of Thrones for a long time, but seeing it with A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms and some of the positive memeing was fucking great. Getting a meme out of your show, stop raping, sir, or get up. Like, that's good shit. That's the sign of a healthy franchise. This will not be positive memeing. How faithful to the original anime was Fargate? Well, Fargate was not originally an anime. Bungalow Stwanger. Fargate was a short series of novels. Then it was adapted into anime, but it's the live action that really put it over the top. I would say as far as faithfulness goes, this is the one instance where the live action was more faithful than the anime. Interestingly enough, the anime, which was produced in Japan at Fargate, made every character white, even the ones that were black and Asian. I don't know what that says about Japan. Do you think they'll cancel the show before they do the last book of Harry Potter? Ooh, it'd be tough to cancel this show. Can you imagine them canceling a Harry Potter show? I can't see that happening. I think they see it through. Unless it is just total dog shit. And I mean complete dog shit. I cannot see them canceling the show. I think a lot of people will get recast. I think a lot of people will get recast. Oof. Yeah, I don't think they're going to cancel Rings of Power early because of Bezos's ego. I've already heard that by every metric, it should have been canceled after season 1, but they're not going to do it. So it's just going to be a giant money pit and vanity project. But I mean, does anybody talk about Rings of Power? Do you see channels popping up everywhere theorizing about the Rings of Power lore videos that are centered around the Rings of Power? No, they're centered around Tolkien, but not the Rings of Power. Any positive memes? Any energy for that show? By every visible metric, it's a complete flop. Oh, and then there's the actual metrics that show it's a complete flop. And they're still going. So I think the same will go for Harry Potter, but that's Paramount's problem. I'm going to say I hope John Lithgow makes it to the end. I'm going to say, not that he's going to die. I'm going to say health will keep him from, I think they recast Dumbledore. I think casting an 80-year-old to play Dumbledore is insane. But not as insane as casting a Black Snape. Elliot Page is Grop. Okay, that's actually some good casting. Did you score big with comic books at Megacon? I got Balls for Teeth for $5. I got 2 comics. I got one for my kid, and well, they're both like all my comics will end up in my kid's hands. So I got Journey in the Mystery 83, which is like my second copy of it. And Brave and the Bold 54. Chat, what's significant about Brave and the Bold 54? Don't look it up. Brave and the Bold 54. Significant issue for DC. There you go. There you go. Brave and the Bold introduced a lot of teams. What other teams did it introduce, chat? Just give me 2. You know who they are. Didn't introduce Batman. Stop it. Besides the Teen Titans, the Fargate crew. Okay, a tough one. I'll give you the tough one. Metal Men. Is Jay banned on YouTube? I think he He reversed that. He reversed that. I think it got the appeal got reversed. So Metal Men was, I think, correct me if it's been a minute, 55. It's like the next issue after Teen Titans. I think so. There's a big team that made its first appearance in Brave and the Bold. Come on, DC fans. I'm counting on you. Brave and the Bold's a good cartoon, but it was a comic book series for a very long time. Nobody in the chat has it yet. Not the Beastie Boys. Not the Doom Patrol. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if the Outsiders were introduced in that. I don't think so. My Marvel knowledge is better than my DC knowledge. Oh, yeah. Outsiders were introduced in Brave and the Bold 200. I should know that. Justice League. There you go. '28. Brave and the Bold 28. Well done, sir. Robin, Kid Flash, and Aqualad. First Teen Titans. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I knew that Outsiders one. See, this is what happens when you get old. All right, back to this. So yeah, I scored 2, but the thing is, okay, I would have bought a lot more balls for teeth. But I flew there, so that kept me from buying a lot of shit. There was a Superman ray gun that was in the box in a beautiful case. Coliseum Comics was selling it. It was priced. It was still pretty expensive, but I would have gotten it because of the case it was in. But I would have had to ship it or put it on the plane. So I took their card and said, hey, if you'll ship it to me later, I'll do it. But I would have gotten a lot more stuff if it wasn't for the fact that I flew. Also, we're doing a lot of work on our backyard right now. We had to remove it. I'm going to bore you now with old man shit. We had to remove a tree, and we have been waiting to put in our fake grass for 3 years. And we finally decided to put in our fake grass. And it brings me so much joy to look out my backyard and see my fake grass out there. I can't even express it, like how much joy. It gives me as much joy as after my front lawn is perfectly mowed after a good rain and it's just full and green. I look at my lawn every morning. I get my cup of coffee. I go to my front door. I open it. And I just look at my front lawn and I have a front lawn. It's ridiculous. I was homeless and I have a front lawn now that I care deeply about. It's the little things in life. Never thought I'd have a front lawn. Favorite bat suit? Hush, classic dark blue and gray here. I like the Hush bat suit quite a bit, but my favorite bat suit is blue and gray. Blue and gray, the lighter blue with the real Batman symbol, the yellow oval. That's my favorite suit. Basically the one he wears in the Super Friends and in the 70s. I like a lot of the other suits. I don't like it without the what the UK calls the pants, but the underwear on the outside. Wednesday, a song of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms review coming out on the main channel. Probably within the next month. I have to do that one and One Piece kind of on the side while I'm doing my other videos. So we're going to say month, 2 months. I should be doing a Black Snape video. I should be doing a Starfleet Academy is canceled video, but I don't have time. So like I said earlier, I'll repeat what I said earlier, just in case there's people new here. If you're into content creation and you're working in the sphere we work in, which is pop culture, there's multiple ways to go through things. So there's the Ryan approach and the Jeremy approach when he makes videos, which is their specific talent is they can sit down and knock out 10 minutes, make all their points, get in and out, and get that video done fast. I used to do that, but I've kind of moved away from it and they're really good at it. I was never really good at that. I like to edit. I fuck up too much talking. And while I'm doing a video, I would interrupt as I do on the streams. I would stop every second and think of something and then look it up. So I put more editing into it, more research. And again, one way is not better than the other. It's just a different approach. So I try to make mine a little less, a little less relying on the topic and trying to get into a bigger picture so people can watch it in 2 years and still get something out of it. And that takes a lot of time. So whether I achieve this or not, I don't know, but I wanted to make the Starfleet Academy being canceled into a much bigger picture where we're going to talk about kind of the death of franchises in Hollywood. And we can debate on whether those franchises committed suicide or were murdered or were kidnapped and murdered. I know those are dark analogies, but they're true. And really take an honest look at the future. Like, what future do they have? And objectively trying to look at if these can be fixed, and if they can't, what happens to them. So it's interesting topic to me. Hopefully you find it interesting too. But those A Night of the Seven Kingdoms and One Piece, a couple months. Severance is so mind-numbing, it puts me to sleep. The first season is really good, and then it just kind of goes on and on. Bella Ramsey as the troll. That would be good. I hate Kevin Feige. Again, good casting there. Interstellar soundtrack is awesome. It is next level awesome. It is an unbelievable soundtrack. Norwegian Kryptonian. I agree with you there. Gary, it's so good to hear you celebrate good stuff. It's so good to have good stuff to celebrate. It really is. The one thing I love about Project Hail Mary is it is a total rejection of nihilistic science fiction. And it's even got a pretty dark thing is happening in the background, like the world is ending, and they still managed to make a fun, thrilling, heartfelt adventure in space about friendship. The book is fantastic. Ray Porter reads it. I highly recommend the audiobook. Even though I'll probably be terrible, do you think that DBA season 2 will be better than 1? DBA. I probably should know this. My brain is fried. What's DBA, chat? Oh, Daredevil Born Again. I got it. Oh, I think it'll be, well, no, I was about to say it'd be hard. It'd be hard for it to be worse than season 1, but I have said that many times when it comes to Disney. At this point, I'd be surprised if it's good. I want it to be. Yuzi, I want it to be good. I love Daredevil. And I love Charlie Cox as Daredevil and Vincent D'Onofrio as Kingpin in the Netflix series. But they have done so much damage, particularly to Kingpin. But Daredevil 2. And they're going to bring Foggy back, which they should. And it depends on how they bring him back. So I'll tell you, like he fakes his death in the comic books, and I hated it until they brought him back, and I kind of was fine with it. I don't know how much I'll feel about this. Yeah, and they made Kingpin a Trump allegory. They did 100%. It's fucking annoying. And they made him a cuck to Vanessa. See, the cool thing about Vanessa, for most of the comics, listen, she betrays him at one point. But for most of the comics, she's ride or die. And she knows exactly what he's doing, right? And she plays off the whole like, well, it's a woman. She uses her power as a woman, knowing that she will get treated differently. Vanessa is an awesome character. She was awesome in the series, in the Netflix series. Ending was meh, says Doc Possum. Well, with all the hype that it was getting, I understand that people were probably expecting like the greatest things since sliced bread. And I understand that. It's quite good though. But I also see this weird Nolan thing where people started comparing it to Interstellar, and then the Nolan bros came out like, no fuck. It's like they're completely different movies. That's like comparing The Martian to Interstellar. And I love The Martian. I think it's quite good. Ted Nichols passed away, Hanna-Barbera artist, for those too young to know. Oh, dude. Valerie Perrine passed away today. Miss Tessmacher. Fucking Sam Keith. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Sam Keith passed away. Creator of The Max. So if you're my generation and you watch The Max on MTV, I have the VHS. I have a bootleg. Wish they'd do a 4K of that, but they won't, which is essentially a motion comic. But it's one of my favorite Image comics. I love Sam Keith's art. One of the reasons I even stuck with Sandman was, well, Sam Keith, Kelly Jones. The art in Sandman is next level. Absolutely next level art. Sam Keith was brilliant. I don't know what led to his passing so young. I don't know if he had cancer or how he died, but yeah, it's been a lot of celebrity deaths this month. Chuck Norris, Sam Keith, Valerie Perrine. Now we got Ted Nichols. Muse was cool in the comics. They did him dirty. Muse is one of the best modern villains created in the last 20 years. Like, that's how much I like Muse. And he's part of a great storyline. Probably the last good Daredevil storyline, in my opinion. I couldn't make it to, Uzi said, I couldn't make it to Megacon because of the Sabbath. Understand. But Ryan, being the champ, gave me a call to say hi during the toughest weekend. You guys are really inspirational, incredible. Keep it up. Hail, brother. Hail. You can come out to Vegas. So we do our meetups during the week. We do our meetups during the week. because that's the only time we can get them, to be honest with you, for free, right? So again, what we do is we book a place. We say you're going to have your busiest night ever, and I will promise to buy a sober guy will buy 2 rounds of drinks for everybody who VIP'd. We also give you free tacos. We get a taco truck out there and feed you guys tacos. And the taco truck for the last one was fucking dope. It's good. Did you talk about, I did not. I will right now. Did you talk about Alec Baldwin's finger, taking a picture with Alec Baldwin's finger? If you guys didn't know, Alec Baldwin, ABF, big supporter, does his own streaming, went with me to Peru and Egypt, won Megacon. Alec Baldwin, and again, I got to take this out so you can see his handle. It's Alec Baldwin's finger, and he got Alec Baldwin to put out his finger. And I think the story goes something like he went to him and say, "Can you say, you're number one or we're number one?" And he's all, "Why am I saying that?" He's all, "Because you're number one." Something to that effect. Jeremy can tell the story better. So can ABF, who will be on Tuesday night's main event to talk about it. This is fucking legendary. Absolutely fucking legendary. Oh. Dude, did you see Henry Cavill as Omni-Man? No. Did you see Scott Walter on the Y-Files? I did see that one. TDS much? Whole show was great until the last 30 minutes when it got cray-cray. Yeah, well, people have TDS, bro. AJ's approach is the Art Bell approach, where he is not gonna Art Bell let people talk. He didn't really clap back unless it was egregious, because he knows, especially the night listener, doesn't want confrontation. They want a conversation. There's a time for confrontation is like morning or drive time. Late night is when people, they don't want a bunch of screaming. They want a conversation. And Art was the master at that. AJ is doing it too. He's letting the people talk, letting them have their say. He'll say a little thing at the end, but I think that's the right approach. And that's what made Art so let the listeners decide if the guys or gal is full of shit. Like the hardest Art Bell shows for me to listen to was Open Lines, because he would let people talk and they were just fucking insane. So I didn't listen to Open Lines for the most part. I could only stomach so much of it. But when he had a guest on, even if it's one I completely disagreed with, oh God, what was his name? Again, brain farting. Ed Dames, that's right. So Ed Dames would be on. He's a remote viewer. And the guy was so up his own ass. He was called Dr. Doom. He made a bunch of predictions that, like, he was like, Art had him on, Major Ed Dames, as like the remote viewer. And it turns out that the guy was like a total fucking fraud. Now he had I believe in remote viewing, by the way. And he had some other good ones on, but he'd always have Ed Dames on, call him Dr. Doom. And the guy was so fucking stuck up. I couldn't stand him, but I still listened to the show. I did. And Art just knew how to handle a guest. AJ's the same way. 90s entertainment greater than 80s entertainment. Love the 90s, says Hollow Ninja for $2. They both were pretty damn good decades for entertainment. They're better than current era for sure. It doesn't matter how you wear your hair. It's what's inside your head. United Forces stand for all strong and fair, black, white, yellow, and red. United Forces. United. Lyrics by Stormtroopers of Death. United Forces, which is funny because that song, I think, comes after Speak English or Die. Grand Elf for $9.99, which is the name of the album. Cobra Kai, Miguel confirmed for One Piece season 3. Oh, is he gonna play? Let me guess. He's gonna play Garp's kid. No, not Garp. I'm sorry. Goldie Roger. I don't know if he comes in later. I just Port Gas D Ace. That's my guess. Am I wrong? He's going to play Ace. And listen, I haven't gotten that far, so Ace is like a serious Luffy. He's going to play Ice. It's too soon for Ace, but I don't know if it's too soon or not. That's just off the top of my head. That's my guess. I could be wrong, though. I don't think that's terrible. I think the kid who played Miguel in Cobra Kai is really good. Whoever handed out the I Love Ryan shirts, I love. There will be more, but those were magnificent. Joria Lama. I realized why OP season 2 was so fun. It's the all in camp of Batman 66 blended with the adventures of Sinbad and genuinely endearing emotional core. You're not wrong. See, it's the campiness of Batman 66, but the earnestness of Harryhausen. That's a good analogy. That's a good description. I don't know if that's an analogy. It's a description. Like I said, brain not working very well tonight. That is a good description. Can you see a little Jason and the Argonauts, Adventures of Sinbad? In One Piece? Yes. And it's got a sense of fun and wonder. Okay. Wonder is missing from genre. It has been missing for a long time. I saw somebody, there's those cinema accounts on fucking X, but one brought up, The Adventures of Baron Munchausen by Terry Gilliam. One of my favorite fucking movies. Complete fucking flop. But it's the wonder that's in that and in Time Bandits that is missing from modern genre. And we need to, and it's probably because the hacks in Hollywood see something as like wonder as childish, when the truth is that it's harder to write. It's more, and that's probably why they avoid it too. You know why people go into nihilism and postmodernism and like, let's write the hero, you know, like when they go into a sequel, like the hero's always, you know, he was with a girl and they always have him broken up, or they have to take him down because it's a cheat. It's like, we need to knock the hero down so he can rise above. But, you know, instead of finding a way to do it from where he left off in last thing, we're going to lower him down. So it's easier for me to write. It's easier to write people in a dark place. It's easier to write subversive shit. It just is. It's much harder, a lot harder to write something aspirational, inspirational, with earnestness. Much harder, or more people would do it. You have to, some of the hardest things, and if we want to collect all entertainment, comedy, extremely difficult to write. And I'm talking all types of comedy. We can do the, you know, the more intelligent side, which pretty much leans to most of the UK, Monty Python. But if you go to like Mike Judge, that's pretty intelligent comedy too. Subtle, but it's really intelligent comedy. To fucking fart jokes, it's still the hardest thing to do. The other hardest thing to do, which would make it equally as hard as comedy, is writing an inspirational, aspirational story that inspires people. Way fucking, it is so much easier. Like, what if we did Superman except evil? Word. The funny thing, Jorah, the funny thing in my experience with comedians, which goes way back before YouTube, is they go out, they do stand up, and that's some of the ballsiest shit you can do. And they are the most insecure, flaky fucking weirdos behind the scenes. So they go up there and they do the hardest form of it, one of the hardest forms of entertainment, period, where you get like, if you're shit in the bed, you're going to know right away and you got to get yourself out of it or not. That's ballsy as hell. Behind the scenes, backstabbing, flaky mofos. Like unbelievable. Like, I had a buddy, we used to do comedy in my comic shop, and it was called Comics versus Comics. Meltdown later on copied that, but I did it first. And I won't say the comedian's name, but a friendship was lost over the order the comedians came out in my shop, which I think could fit 50 people, like barely. Like barely fit 50 people. And a fight almost broke out and a friendship was lost over the order. And it was so fucking stupid. And I'm like sitting there, and at the time I'm relapsing. So I'm high as fuck. And I'm still like, wow, I'm high as fuck, but this is stupid. And they're catty, and yeah, it's bad. They're their own worst enemy. Will Gary ride the Sunny ship in Japan, used as a transport at a theme park? I don't know. Where is it? Where is it? In Japan. That's cool. I have a yeah, there it is. Okay. Thousand Sunny Cruise. All you must know before you go. That's TripAdvisor. There's a picture of it in 2015. Oh, that's fucking cool. Oh, I'll show you guys. I haven't gotten to that part in the story, but I do have a Japanese Lego version of this that I have yet to put together. Is that it? Pretty cool. Will you have a live watch party for Starfleet Academy Season 2? Probably for a couple episodes, sure. For the whole thing, not so sure. Unless Perry wants me to do it. Grand Elf. Next watch party will be... I don't know. If I have time, I don't have time for Daredevil. I would do Daredevil, but I've got work to do. And we got real BBC. And because Ryan said we don't bag and board comics anymore, even though I did last month, I'm going to bag and board comics just to show him. Why did Brad Bird not get Kurtzman money? Iron Giant, The Incredibles, MI4, Ghost Protocol, and Ratatouille. He did, what was it? He directed a flop and got in trouble. George Clooney, Disney movie. It was Tomorrowland. Thank you. Tomorrowland. Brad Bird should have directed Superman. It was Tomorrowland. Yeah, I don't know. He's a great director, but he also directed Incredibles 2, which sucked balls. 1974 Deathlock or 1980 Cyborg, Fight. Ooh, I like Deathlock more, but Cyborg wins. Brendan Lucas for 10 British pounds, proper money. A reactor re-recorded her reaction to Paradise Lost 2-parter in Deep Space Nine because she intentionally agreed with the Starfleet coup, was told off in the comments, just found it really interesting. She re-recorded it after that? Oh, come on. If you agree, you agree. Do you agree with Cisco bombing the fuck out of the Maquis, where there were innocent civilians, men, women, and children? Do you agree with that? I mean, I did because fucking Cisco. That's why. I was a couple of cocktails in when I reacted to your pod with Kennedy, but I'd love to see you all do a longer one about mutual Tolkien fandom. Yeah, I mean, if I'm ever in New York, she asked me to come into the studio. I'd love to get her on FNT. I don't know if she'd do it, but Kennedy's cool as hell. I liked her from the MTV days, so particularly liked the cover of her memoir. Did you see Hail Mary Project or read the book? And did you like it? So I listened to the book and loved it. And I saw the movie and I thought it was really, 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 really good. I don't think it's a great movie, but it is still a solid 8 out of 10. Like, definitely go see it in the theater. Will be one of the better movies you see this year. Was not disappointed by it. I have a couple of criticisms, but that's it. I don't think it's a perfect movie, but what is? And it seems like a lot of people are just loving it because it is, like I said before, a complete rejection of nihilism and sci-fi, and it is a family-friendly movie. I don't think there's any cussing. Now, there's a reason Grace doesn't cuss, and they kind of don't get into it in the movie, which kind of disappointed me. But I'm going to see it a second time, and I'll probably like it more. But yes, I recommend seeing it in the theater, in IMAX or 70 millimeter. 100%. Were you ever into duck comics like the classic Carl Barks, Don Rosa ones about Scrooge? I wasn't, but I appreciated the art in those was next level. Silly cat. Absolutely next level. Mr. Tardis is criticizing your tweet for the small line for Jody by saying it was taken at the end of the day. Cope harder, Shills. Super Frandaman. I was there, and I could tell you it was not the end of the day. It was the beginning of the day. I don't think the end of the day is between 10 and 11 a.m. That's when I arrived. It was taken between 10 and 11 a.m. Tell Mr. Tardis, who probably doesn't get outside very much because he's, well, Mr. Retardis or Mrs. Retardis, who's also continually called me a Nazi. Tell that fat commie homo it was at the beginning of the day. R.I.P. Doctor Who. He's one of the first like detractors I had. And he was a big simp for Jodie. He was actually critical of RTD Doctor Who, but fundamentally they're not, I mean, artistically, creatively, they're the same picture. Been watching for almost a year now and really enjoy your streams. Thank you. Appreciate it. Unknown person for $19.99. Do you think Marvel Studios will be better off without Kevin Feige? Would that even fix anything, or would more change need to happen? I don't think it would. I think they're stuck with Kevin Feige because I don't think there is a person out there that could do what Kevin Feige did in the past. The thing is, Kevin Feige's biggest mistake, whether it was him or not, which I do believe it was him, was removing the people, the creative people around him that made the MCU what it was. I think it's too late, and I think he's fundamentally changed since he's been canceled, but bringing back Joss Whedon wouldn't hurt. If he was the man if he is the man he was, which I don't think so. I hear who did I hear from that Feige's gone after Secret Wars. I don't know if that's true or not, but I did hear that he's gone after Secret Wars. I don't know what he does. Maybe he heads a studio, like a major studio. Not sure. But I don't think there's much else for him to do unless it's his mission to fix Marvel, which, based on what I know right now, which I wish I could tell you, I really do, I'd get in a lot of trouble. Well, I wouldn't get in trouble. I'd get somebody mad at me, and I promise not to tell, so I'm not gonna. The direction they're going in as of right now doesn't sound like a good direction. I don't think you're going to like it. Super Frandaman for $2.49. Did you watch the Alan Richson versus Neighbor video? No. Is that out there? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What's going on here? I thought Alan Richson was a good Christian boy who hated Trump. So, I mean, we don't have all the context here, but there's an interview and the guy's fucked up. So let's see what this is about.
It started on Saturday morning and I'm an experienced motorcycle rider. I've been riding bikes all my life. So, from dirt bikes to street bikes and etc. But I'd heard this incestuous revving and speeding through our neighborhood of the motorcycle. I eventually saw the guy on Saturday. I didn't know who it was. And I sort of like flippantly sort of said, "Guy, like he was quite away." And I said, "Can you just slow it down, please?" And then there are numerous people in my neighborhood who caught all of this on Ring doorbells of him speeding through the neighborhood. And on Sunday, when I was cleaning my bike outside my house, he rode past once, twice, and on the second time, I walked out in front of him and I said, "You've got to stop. Someone's going to get hurt." And it escalated quite quickly from there. I did push him because he was coming towards me on his bike. He did it again for a second time. I pushed him a second time. And I think the second time he got off his bike and it kicked the crap out of me. And you can see he hit me in the back of my head. I went to the ground and covered myself. I've had such a shitty day today, and I don't wish the guy any malice or ill will, but we just don't need people riding through neighborhoods like this. And I just decided, I'm take a stand because someone else has to, because it's going to end up way worse than it could have.
So I heard there was a dust up, and I heard that this guy was the aggressor, and he did say he pushed him. I will say, he shouldn't have done that, because that gives Alan free reign to kick the shit out of you, and he's fucking much bigger than you. But if you're riding your motorcycle, if he was riding fast through a neighborhood, that's fucking retarded. But it feels like, yeah, pushed him twice, therefore legally assaulted Richson. So damage is only in the media. Yeah. I mean, and he got the shit kicked out of him, and he's probably going to sue Richson and win. And it doesn't make Alan look good. And I will say to Alan, not very Christian of you, sir. Doesn't he do Instagram videos of how Christian he is? Yes, he's a super lefty. He's fucking got wild TDS. So I would say, outsider here, as a Christian, even if he pushes you, you go, "Don't put your hands on me, dude. Don't put your hands on me." And if he was in the wrong, and if he was speeding down, if some knucklehead was riding down my street with going too fast on a motorcycle when I know there's kids and dogs out and stuff like that, I'd be screaming at him too. Christian or not, you mess with my bike, I will defend my bike's honor. That's another thing. Got to keep that in mind too. Did he mess with the guy's bike? Now, if he messed with his bike, but I don't know. I don't want to pass judgment without knowing the whole story. Maybe this guy, would it be out of the realm of possibility that some guy, he didn't know it was Alan Richardson, so maybe he did and saw an easy lawsuit, or maybe Alan Richardson is a roided out shithead and a fucking fake Christian. Plenty of those around. And are those his kids on the bike? Is he doing this in front of his kids? Now, if the guy was an aggressor and Alan thought his kids were in trouble, then all bets are off. Yes, those are his kids. So I'm crossing the street in San Francisco on Ocean Avenue to go to 24 Hour Fitness, and the light is red. So a car is stopped, and I'm got my oldest was, I think 7 or 8 at the time, holding his hand. And some dude thought it would be really funny some dude in a fucking rice rocket thought it would be really funny to rev his engine and move the car up a little bit so we would jump, right? Thought it was really fucking funny, right? Dude thought it was hilarious. Didn't think it was hilarious when I pulled him out of the fucking sunroof of his own fucking car and started beating the living shit out of him. He didn't think it was hilarious then. So I don't know if it was Alan Richson protecting his kids or not. But I'm going to say, just if I didn't hear that and I just saw Alan Richson beating the shit out of a guy who's clearly smaller than him, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. But yeah, I don't know the whole story. Yeah, that was the last time I like beat the shit out of somebody. That was 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago. I lost my mind. And the great thing is, I don't have a wife who's going to go, stop. She's all, get that motherfucker. She was egging me on. No, I didn't get in trouble. That guy fucking call the cops. Go for it. I'll tell them exactly what happened. And if they arrest me, so what? I could spend a night in jail. No, nothing happened. I went and worked out at the gym. But it just made me appreciate my wife. She's like, get him. Yeah, that's weird. You know, people have bad days. Maybe he was having a bad day. Maybe the roids got to him because, oh, wait, no, he's naturally that big, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making an insinuation that Alan Richson might be roided up, which does, or other things that does affect you. But I don't know. Maybe he's Old Testament. Maybe he's Old Testament. Hi, Shell Bella. How are you? Maybe he's eye for an eye. Motorcycle for a motorcycle. But yeah, the last thing I heard was technically that he is the aggressor if he pushed Alan first. Now, two things can be true at the same time. Alan Richson, especially if those are his kids, should not be speeding up and down fucking residential roads. That's retarded. Utterly retarded. But he's never struck me as this nice guy, a smart guy. Really good as Reacher, though. Oh, yeah. He's on the gas, baby. But I'm guessing his bank account will be a little lighter. I'm guessing, was this in California? If it's in California, Alan's going to be in some trouble. If the guy is nudging him with his bike, Alan started it to get pushback. Yeah, is there more to the video? If we go to this, I mean, he is. I think he knew it fucked up, and that's why he's leaving. Yeah, doing that in front of his kids, though. Like I said, it's justified if he thought his kids were in danger, then all bets are off, buddy. But and I'm not just going to be against the guy because he's got fucking TDS. The optics look terrible. Absolutely terrible, especially when you go on Instagram and talk about scripture. Hey, Gary, I have a cold. Use your wizard powers to make me better, says Metal Man of Madness. There, I just sent it. My wizard powers are so powerful, I don't need to do any of this shit. I just thought about it. Your cold's better now. You're welcome. Yeah, I didn't know there was video. I did not know. No, like Oda said, it would only go to a certain arc. It's not covering everything or the end. Okay. Fair enough. But they have to end it somehow. You can still end it open, though, I guess. Zach Kersey for 1999 says, what up, Gary? It was awesome being able to talk to you at the meetup. Cheers. I was the guy with the Attack on Titan shirt. Hell yeah. Love listening to your live streams while I work my boring job. Keep up the good work, brother. Thank you. Thank you for coming by. That was an awesome shirt. Like I told you, I'm going to try Attack on Titan someday. I will. I've watched some of it, a little bit. I listened to a lot of YouTube at my boring job. Hey, you have a job. That's good. They can be boring, but at least you could listen to YouTube. That's good. Matthew Hammond for $2. Are you excited to not have to mow fake grass? I'm very excited about it. 5 days sober, says Jardum. Your live streams help me get through the hard hours. Cheers from the UK. Oh, yeah, dude, whatever it takes to get through those hard minutes, seconds, hours, you can go to a meeting or, watch Lord of the Rings. Do something. This is where escapism helps too. Get your mind off that. Congrats. You're on your way. Who's my favorite Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle? Probably Raphael. Oh, I can take this off the screen. Will you please come to Toronto to Fan Expo Canada this August? I know your Canadian fans would love to meet you. Chris Gore and the others from FNT. We might hit Canada someday. Can't be this year, though. Because in August, I'm going to Vegas for the meetup. But someday, I'd like to go to Vancouver, back to Vancouver. Gary, did you ever see the film Bone Tomahawk? I own the film Bone Tomahawk. Pre-Dawn Corpse. I fucking love it. Love that movie. Regarding Reactor, she's probably going to panic when the N word is casually dropped 3 times in a future episode, or when the Federation considers Jenny siding with changelings, proving their point. Yeah, it's people get upset very easily. I would be more upset about like gay Klingon. Book of Grudges for $10. My favorite part of Project Hail Mary, the book, was the stuff about Iridian biology / culture. Shame that stuff got left out along with most of the science. My only real criticism of the movie, right? Yep. They left a lot of that out. His mate. Gary, what are your thoughts on the OG Star Wars, Secret Wars series? Sorry. And Secret Wars 2. Also, I have some of the original Secret Wars comics that my older brother bought in the 80s. Never traded. I love the first Secret Wars 2 is a little wacky. But I love Secret Wars, and I think it's much better than the Secret Wars that came out in 2016 that they're basing Doomsday and Secret Wars off of. But it was a great toy line. It was your first opportunity to get a Daredevil action figure, right? The Captain America Secret Wars one is good. Hobgoblin, Doctor Doom, the play sets. I've got it all. I've got it all. It's the naked lying from Mr. TARDIS that gets me on my nerves. He had no idea if it was the end of the day or not. He just knew that no one would check or assume. He's unashamedly will lie like that. Yes, he does. Brendan Lucas for 10 British pounds. But the thing is, when you have to lie to substantiate your argument, you've already lost. And other people might not know you lied, but you know you lied. And if you don't care that you lied, you just need to be right. You're going to have a hard life. You're going to have a hard life. And that is his problem, not mine. Mr. TARDIS wanted to be the main Doctor Who guy, and he could have been, probably. And he's welcome to be now. No, he constantly calls me a Nazi, right? Which is funny. I just find it funny at this point. But yeah. And I think he had me blocked forever. Let's see if Mr. Retardus has me blocked still. Maybe not. Let's see. Maybe I'll respond to him. He'll get really excited. Maybe he's not aware of the time difference. There he is. There he is. No, not blocked. It's all good. Unambiguously, only someone with deeply unwell mind would post something like this. On top of that, it doesn't show what he thinks it shows. Jodie's line, presumably towards the end of the day. I'm just going to respond. No, fuck that guy. I'm not going to respond. Fuck him. Eric recently said internal politics in comic book industry is the reason it's destroying itself. Gary shed some light on this on these politics. I have no idea. So internal Eric July. Okay, Get So Go for 100 yen. Internal politics might I didn't hear the context of Eric's statement, but there is two types of politics. If you're not, I mean, maybe something's a little lost in translation, which is totally okay. There's corporate politics, and then there's politics. So Eric might be talking about just the internal politics of Marvel and DC, right? And that has absolutely destroyed the comic industry. And that predates even the political shit, you know, the anti-Trump, anti-right wing, anti-centrist, anti-libertarian. If you are not an uber progressive, you're a Nazi, like, you know, Mr. TARDIS. If you don't completely agree with him on every issue, you are the worst person who ever existed, which shows that, I mean, it's just a limit. I hate to say this, but of overall intelligence, right? So there's intelligence, there's IQ, there's, you know, you're well educated, but then that doesn't encompass all of intelligence. There's also life experience. And I think many people involved in comic books and nowadays lack like real life experience. And that's why we get some of the horrible writing that we do. But if that's what Eric meant, the internal politics of comic books, which is, as I was speaking about the comedians before, very catty people. So these are it's very dog eat dog, backstabbing, horrible environment. Not a lot of camaraderie. And that's something I simply just noticed as a retailer, talking to my artist and writer friends, right? That they were very catty. And it's also artists, right? It goes with anybody in the creative arts. So you could talk about authors, comic book artists, manga artists, hairdressers, painters, anybody who's involved in the creative arts. They are sensitive people. For the most part. Of course, there are exceptions. There are exceptions to every rule, but these are very sensitive people who get their feelings hurt easily. And they have their entire self-worth in their art, which is not healthy, but it's just a reality, right? And any criticism of that art or their project or their ideas is taken as a personal attack. And it must be a fucking nightmare to be an editor. Absolute nightmare, dealing with all those egos in one place. And it's egos combined with insecurity. It must be like running a kindergarten class will be easier. Okay. A junior high class filled with 7th and 8th graders would probably be easier than wrangling the prima donnas that worked in the comic industry. Some of them absolutely could back it up and they were really good, right? And for those, that's fine. If you could back that shit up, it's fine. But like, I love Chuck Dixon, and he was like, Jim Shooter was an asshole, but he had to be an asshole. And he was one of the best EICs Marvel ever had. Now we have Tom Brevoort. So that's maybe what Eric meant. Them also going out, them being the creatives and attacking fans. So that was my main issue when all this comic bullshit started rising up in 2016, 17, was the Dan Slotts of the world attacking fans. And he was a G. And yes, now he's begging for people to buy his comic. Isn't it ironic? See you in Vegas, SoCal nerd. Tell Mel I'm sorry about the Lycian film posts on Insta. The dogs barked. You're doing epic, Gary. Keep doing it, Jack Burton. Have you paid your dues? The toilet bug hail, brother. It's all good. Metal Man Amanda's for $20. Hey, Gary, I have a cold. Didn't I read this one already? Maybe I did. But I'm going to send the vibes. You have a man cold. Here, I'll give you some advice. Get off your ass, pussy. Kind of low-key love your streams. Thanks. Cheers. Try. Appreciate it. Favorite X-Men arc of the 80s and 90s. Ooh, favorite arc. It definitely would have been in the 80s. I definitely like the Brood. I thought that was cool as shit. See, people forget that the X-Men used to go fight things in space. So post, Dark Phoenix. I did like, for later 90s stuff, I did actually like Age of Apocalypse quite a bit. I don't say it's my favorite, but it's in the top 5. But I was like, X-Men was the reason I read. I love the Byrne, Cockrum, Claremont stuff. Once it got past that, it got like really soapy for me. So I was more of even though it wasn't a popular book by any stretch of the imagination, I was more of an Avengers, Spider-Man, Daredevil guy than an X-Men guy. I was definitely a Wolverine fan, so I was considered a complete normie by X-Men fans. But yeah, I like the more street stuff, street level stuff, and then the Avengers. There's a Geeks and Gamers cruise. Can we have a community AI video short contest and call it Sloppy Seconds? That would be something you need to ask Jeremy. Some gnosis, but sure. I don't think Jeremy has a problem with AI. Would Doomsday be better if the cause of incursions was the inevitable human need of the superheroes to fix things that people normally can't, e.g. Cap? So Tony creates a place where superheroes cancel each other out in Secret Wars. That sounds like a better idea than what they got. Brendan Lucas. I think it would be better I would have just ended the multiverse immediately, but yeah, they're going ahead with it. Hey, Gary, I fully intended to usurp the Pat O'Brien's piano players and do Live It on a Prayer for you this past weekend. I know I'm super disappointed, Piano Dean. I am super disappointed. I am a Silvestri fan. I like the Silvestri stuff too. Okay. I'm going to wrap it up. It's been a long stream, and I got to stream tomorrow. I'm going to go right to bed. But it was fun. It was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We will be back tomorrow on Az's channel, right? Az's channel. Yep, it's Az's channel. So we'll be on Az's channel tomorrow, and hopefully we'll get that super cut out. Thanks for staying up and answering super chat. You're welcome, Brendan. My pleasure. Thanks for donating. And yeah, I'm going to go to bed. So thanks to the Nerdrotics. Thanks to everyone who left super chat and donation. I appreciate y'all. And we'll see you in a few hours on the Real BBC. Good night, everybody.